pueden ayudar, nosotros los podemos apoyar en decirles cómo es que nosotros usamos esos recursos para poder ser nacionalmente, mundialmente, hablando con Quintero desde Colombia, tenemos gente de Chile, de México, tenemos mucha gente aquí en los Estados Unidos que viaja a diferentes partes del mundo y se pueden conectar con más gentes. Eso es excelente, Quintero. Gracias por eso.
Así es, sí, señor. Y bueno, ya estamos en vivo. Muchas gracias, Juan, por esa introducción. Comunidad de negociantes, comunidad de negocio. Hoy estamos con un nuevo espacio, aprendiendo sobre Service Bureau, con todos nuestros sponsors, con todos nuestros partnerships, muy valiosos, acompañándonos hoy en un nuevo proyecto de negocio, de todo el equipo de negocio. Y bueno, bienvenidos a todos los que están viendo en Facebook, YouTube y LinkedIn. Un saludo especial para todos. Aquí Antonio Quintero y le doy el paso a mis colegas que están allá en California, Tony y Juan, para que den apertura a esta primera meeting de Service Bureau. Adelante, Tony, adelante, Juan, saludos.
Perfecto, gracias a todos. Sí, para empezar aquí, como dijo Juan, la plática, vamos a empezar con nuestros colegas de Taxes and Products Related. So, Taxes and Products Related es un Service Bureau. Están en acción, están activos, tienen muchas oficinas, tienen un evento que ellos organizan cada año en Puerto Rico y ellos usan diferentes productos y programas. So, and in English, so we're going to get started with taxes and products related. They are very successful. They've been in business for many years. So we want you to understand who they are and what they do. So I'm going to le voy a pasar a la voz. Aquí veo a Alicia. Let me see, is Mauricio here?
Yep.
Right. A Mauricio y Alicia. ¿Cómo están? Good morning.
Bien, buenos días, Miguel. Todo el mundo, muchas gracias. Creo que aquí la parte con la que vamos a comenzar, Juan y Tony, es con CCH, con Miguel. Creo que sería bueno empezar primero con ellos, que es el software que usamos nosotros. Así que bienvenidos a todos, gracias por estar acá. Tony o Juan, si le quieren dar la palabra a Miguel para que empiecen ellos con el concepto de cómo un software puede ayudar a que una persona tenga un servicio y luego nosotros entramos como el usuario y como un proveedor de servicio igualmente que lo hacen ellos. Entonces, Miguel, ¿tienes el audio? Juan.
Perfecto, ok. Miguel,
Miguel
dame un
Aviña. Y
segundo.
luego hay Miguel Aviña, Ian y Graham.
Yeah, he's good.
Go ahead. Get started. So I wanted to first off say good morning, good afternoon, everybody, depending on where you're joining us. I know West Coast, East Coast, we're all over the place. And first and foremost, Ngozi, thank you for putting on such an awesome event and having us part of that. So here on behalf of TaxWise, thank you. My name is Ian Willison. I'm the division sales manager for what's called the Premier Accounts here at Wolters Kluwer. So I have the pleasure of managing a large group of highly tenured individuals solely focused on service bureaus and the high volume kind of clients. All right. So I'm joined here with Graham Riley, Miguel Avina. All right. So Graham is our regional sales consultant who helps new and existing service bureaus get started with us. Miguel is one of our awesome Premier Accounts team managers who partners with new service bureaus to get them jump started, fully onboarded and ready for success. He also oversees a group of existing service bureaus that handles anything they need, from support to solutions to therapy if needed, honestly, but everything across the board. So first off, let's go ahead and jump in. What is a service bureau? All right. So the service bureau resells tax software such as TaxWise, which they purchase and brand with their own logos, color schemes to create their own unique brand and offering to the marketplace. So they're creating themselves. A service bureau has sub offices underneath them, like sub offices. Many it can range in between 5 and thousands, and all mix and flavor in between. And you support and help grow. They will create their own kind of pricing models that go after the market, and that will range from software pricing and ancillary products and their approach to bank products, transmission fees and service bureau fees, and a fully range and a lot of different things in there. These service bureaus will help them carve out their own niche and represent themselves in the marketplace and help do so downstream to their clients, serving them and depending on their marketplace, whether it's South Florida, California, the East Coast, all across the board. So an initial candidate, we like to say with the service bureau, will have like 200 returns, 100 bank products. And we like to say that because it'll allow them to know and just partner with their downstream sub offices and strategically help them grow on both sides of the form there. So bank products will help like with as far as revenue and how to strategically sell those and get into the different marketplaces there. So what are the benefits of the service bureau model? Well, first off, you're creating your own brand and your own business. It's your assets, your baby. So you're taking charge of what needs to happen. So what you put into it dictates how well it'll go and what you'll get out of it. It's always fun. Of course, it comes with some exciting revenue opportunities that help drive based off of what you take to the marketplace. And it also helps you level the playing field with like larger established tax businesses that are out there. You create your own brand and product offering, which will compete directly with them. All of it, very exciting stuff. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Graham.
Well, yeah, thanks, Ian. And, how can Wolters Kluwer help you start your service bureau? Like Ian says, service bureaus come in all shapes and sizes. We have clients that have 5 offices and locations and clients that have over 2,000 locations. We have the flexible, startup and payment options to handle everything. And we think about TaxWise. TaxWise was really the pioneer in the cloud services, tax preparation software since 2007. And just since we were, the pioneer in there at the start doesn't mean we've slowed down at all. We are constantly and consistently investing time, effort, and money into the latest innovative, technologies in the industry, such as TaxWise Online and mobile. The thing about TaxWise as a software is really its ease of use. And as a service bureau, we know that's important because the easier a software is to use, the easier it is to train other people to use that software. The easier it is to train other people to use your software, the easier it is to grow. And that's what we're here for. We are here to grow. We want you to grow. We want you to be successful. And that goes along with the ease of use, our bilingual forms and tools. It is very convenient in TaxWise to be able to toggle between English and Spanish throughout the software, forms, tools, and everything. So that is the big thing about TaxWise, especially with service bureaus, is the ease of use. Now, along with the software, one of the biggest advantages of coming to TaxWise is the personalized training and our premier support. Now, our premier support team, not only do they only handle our high value and service bureau clients, they are also the most tenured department in the company. They have an average time at WK of over 15 years. That's huge. That means for you guys, that means whatever situation comes your way, they have seen it. They have dealt with it. They know what to do in that situation and how to make you be successful. So they are really a huge part of us at Wolters Kluwer when it comes to being a service bureau. Now, one of these tremendous human beings is one of my colleagues, Miguel Avina, who will now talk a little bit more about how to be successful as a service bureau using TaxWise. Miguel?
Thank you, Graham. Buenos días para los que hablan español. Mi nombre es Miguel Aviña. Me robaron la ñ, por eso me dicen Avina. For the ones that don't speak Spanish, my name is Miguel Avina. And like Graham was saying, I've actually been with the company for 15 years. One of my colleagues actually just celebrated today their 30th work anniversary with Wolters Kluwer, and that talks about how long just about everyone on my team has been here for an extremely long time. And whenever you do sign up with a service bureau through Wolters Kluwer, you're going to get someone like myself or someone like my teammate who have been here for such a long time. And what that means is because we've been here for so long, we all started either in customer support and then tech support and training orientation. So we've seen so many different things that we know how to fix things. And if we can't fix it, then we know exactly who to go to. And that's what my team does. My team is going to handle, once you sign on and you talk to Graham brings you on, he's going to hand you off to me or one of my colleagues. We're going to make sure that you not only have the support, the training, whether, big or small, anything and everything is going to go through someone like me. And the company does a great job of giving us all the tools that I need to make sure that my service bureaus have me and my support. They give us cell phones and laptops, and everyone makes fun of me because everywhere I go, I bring my book bag because it's got my laptop. but that's because I want to be ready in case one of my service bureaus does call and says, "Hey, I need help." I've got what I need to give them the support that they need. The company also does, a great job of, if they see something that the market needs, um, we talk to our customers and we make sure that we not only, make it the way they need it, but we help market it, we help make it a white label situation so that as a service bureau, you can put your logos, your colors on it. TaxWise Mobile is the perfect example. I heard Graham bring that up, where you no longer have to just market in your town or in your space. You can go anywhere that has an internet connection. Someone's going to scan a QR code and they'll be able to, the taxpayer will be able to give their tax information to you, W-2s, 1099s, pictures of their driver's license, and you get it in TaxWise Online automatically. So those are the types of tools that, that the company always is looking to innovate and provide you as a service bureau, white labeled so that you can, help market to your people and grow the business. Um, Also, being here so long, I can tell you that the clients that we get in the service bureau space, uh, I've had the same clients for so long. Mauricio Castro is our next speaker. I've had the privilege of working with him for over 7 years now since I started in the service bureau space. And not only have I, gotten the privilege to see his business grow, but because you work with the same people day in and day out, you form great relationships with him. He's invited me to his kids' birthday parties, and it starts to feel more like family. And again, that's a privilege that I have. Working in the space that I do, having the same clients that I do, you build a bond, and you're excited to come to work every day and see their business grow because their success. And I always tell my new service bureaus this: your success is directly tied to my success. So I want to see you win. I want to see you grow. And when that happens, then I can actually go back to the business and say, look, we've helped the service bureau grow their business and we provided the right tools and that makes us look good and it helps them win. So that's the type of level of support that you're going to get when you sign up with Walters Kluwer and TaxWise. If you guys are interested in this, please don't forget to write down Graham's phone number, email address, or if you want to pull out your cell phone, we do have a QR code here, a QR code that you can scan and you can set up a time in his calendar for him to call you and get in touch with you. Now, speaking of Mauricio, Mauricio is going to be our next presenter. I have the privilege, like I said, of working closely with him. I'm going to let him take over. But before I do, I'd like to thank you guys. Ngozi, thank you for setting this up. And on behalf of Walters Kluwer, TaxWise, Ian, Graham, and myself, thank you guys for allowing us to speak to you guys. And hopefully we've piqued your interest in the service bureau model. It's a great way for small businesses to be able to grow and do something that's yours, something that's your label, your pictures, your colors, and your business. And what you put into it is exactly what you're going to get out of it. And you're going to have, me and everyone at my company that's going to be able to assist you with that. So again, thank you guys. Mauricio? Oh, Mauricio with taxes and product related is up next.
Hola, 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 buenos días, tardes, depende en qué parte del hemisferio te encuentres. Nada, dar las gracias a la invitación que nos dieron, Negoci. Este es un proyecto que lleva más de un año en cocinarse y esta es la primera parte que estamos trabajando en conjunto con la industria. Nada, como dijo Miguel, yo soy parte soy un service bureau, ¿no? Soy un distribuidor. ¿Cómo se ve un service bureau? ¿Qué es un service bureau? ¿Cómo opera un service bureau? Y eso es lo que vamos a tratar de explicar un poco ahora y por qué la gente a veces dice, pero ¿cómo compro el programa directo? ¿Lo compro con un service bureau? ¿Me vuelvo un service bureau debajo de ese service bureau? ¿Me vuelvo un sub-service bureau para poder empezar mi negocio? Y esas son las opciones que les vamos a platicar un poco de cómo operamos para que tengan una idea de cómo puede ser. Entonces, ¿qué diferencia hay del Service Bureau a estar directamente con un software? Bueno, por ejemplo, en nuestro caso es tener Industry Insights. ¿Y qué son Industry Insights? Pues van a ser cosas en las que te vamos a ayudar a ahorrar primordialmente tiempo y dinero. Eso es crítico en esta industria. Por ejemplo, los cambios en el software. Todos los años el software tiene enhancements, cambian cosas. ¿Cómo te enteras ya en la temporada, nunca te enteraste, cómo funcionan, nunca te entrenaron, tuviste tiempo, no tuviste tiempo, las formas del IRS. El IRS todos los años cambia las formas, cambia un renglón, cambia una línea, cambia un cómputo, cambios en la industria de los bancos, un nuevo producto, nuevos montos, nuevos servicios, nuevos fees, todas estas cosas que tienes que tú estar tratando de averiguar todo el tiempo porque fuiste a un foro, porque hablaste con la gente, porque no hablaste con la gente. Nosotros estamos en la industria y todo el tiempo estamos comunicándonos con toda esta gente constantemente, semana a semana, semana a semana. Entonces, toda la información que existe en la industria, nosotros tenemos mucha de esa información y la compartimos contigo directamente para que no tengas tú que ir a buscarla o perder tiempo o con quién hablar en ese caso. Y básicamente esos son los contactos directos que tenemos en la industria. ¿Dónde empiezo? ¿A quién hablo? ¿Qué estoy buscando? ¿Estás pensando en el issue de comprar software, de empezar un service bureau o empezar como un sub-service bureau, que es debajo de alguien más? Pues estas son las cosas que te vamos a ayudar. ¿Qué significa Customized Account Management? Pues básicamente es eso. Vamos primero a hablar tu idioma, que por eso estamos todos aquí, y vamos a conocer tu negocio y tus necesidades. Nosotros sí podemos, sí tenemos el tiempo y la capacidad de enfocarnos y micro ver tu negocio. ¿Dónde estás ahorita mismo? ¿Cuál es el siguiente paso? ¿Qué es lo que estás buscando? ¿Cómo quieres crecer? ¿Cómo piensas crecer a nivel oficina, a nivel subservice bureau, a nivel service bureau? Todas esas cosas te podemos ayudar. Cosas tan sencillas como el bank enrollment. Si tú ahorita mismo haces el bank enrollment con un banco, si quieres cambiar de banco, ¿cómo lo haces? Tienes un problema con el banco, pero llamas al banco y te dice que no es el banco, es el software. Hablas al software y el software te dice, no, es el banco. Con nosotros todo está bajo una misma sombrilla y te podemos ayudar a hacer eso. El setup de tu programa. Conocemos los softwares muy profundamente, los hemos trabajado temporada tras temporada y sabemos cuál es el mejor setup dependiendo tu oficina, dependiendo tus empleados, cuál es la mejor manera que le saques provecho al software. Y siempre vas a poder hablar con alguien. Tenemos horarios extendidos durante la temporada, trabajamos los 7 días de la semana y vas a tener un número de teléfono directo. Oye, tengo una emergencia, oye, tengo este issue, tengo esto, puedes mandar un texto, un WhatsApp. Entonces, esas cosas no las tienes cuando vas con una compañía más grande, con un software muy grande, no las tienes. Y con nosotros las vas a tener. En adición también de orientación contributiva, ¿no? No somos advisors ni nada de eso, pero sí podemos darte, pues con el perfil de empleados que tenemos y la experiencia que tenemos, te podemos dar una idea general en esa parte que ningún software lo provee. En la parte de Software Solutions, que es la parte de arriba a la derecha, pues te ofrecemos lo que está ahorita en el mercado. Ya lo hablaron. Tenemos las opciones de ir en línea, quieres algo online, quieres algo que sea mobile app, quieres un portal de comunicación encriptado, que ahora el IRS quiere que todo esté encriptado con seguridad. Pues todas esas herramientas las tenemos, depende de qué es lo que estés buscando. Entonces, todo ese conjunto de cosas hace que nos lleve a algo que es como un personalized business support. Entonces, te llevamos de la mano. Empezar un negocio no es tan fácil, a veces no sabes dónde ir y esa parte es la que puedes hacer leverage de toda la experiencia que tenemos nosotros, ¿no? Contigo como compañía. Entonces, eso hace que no estés solo. Esta industria, si sabemos algo de esta industria, es que cambia constantemente, no deja de cambiar. Y eso es algo que, si estás en una parte de que, bueno, puedo ser un service bureau, puedo ser un reseller, ¿cómo puedo empezar? ¿Dónde empiezo? Pues esa es la parte en la que no te dejamos solo, apalancas la experiencia que tenemos y nos hemos especializado en esta rama de negocio y eso es lo que nos ayuda a ser quienes somos. Pues ahorita Alicia va a compartir con ustedes un poquito de quiénes somos y cómo nos compartimos.
Hola a todos, buenos días, buenas tardes. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad de estar aquí en Negoci. Los queremos muchísimo. Básicamente con nuestro equipo de trabajo, lo primero que van a encontrar es que somos personas capacitadas y motivadas y siempre vamos a estar listos para ayudarlos. Nuestro objetivo número uno es la resolución de, de sus problemas. Cualquier problema que tengan, nuestro objetivo es ayudarlos y alcanzar las metas que se pongan durante la temporada y a rebasarlas. Trabajando de una manera eficaz y de una forma inteligente y con posiciones estratégicas con nuestros socios, es que podemos ayudarlos a que crezcan, a que alcancen sus metas y a que las superen. Ayudar a cada uno de ustedes de forma personal, como lo dijo Mauricio, es la meta, tanto de nuestros socios como la nuestra. Tenemos TaxWise, Santa Bárbara, Republic Bank. La relación que tenemos es muy estrecha con ellas, es una relación de confianza, de apoyo y con el objetivo único de impulsarlos a ustedes a tomar esa decisión, de cambiar el mindset del negocio y empezar y enseñarles el cómo y dónde ir, el know-how a través de todos los años de experiencia del equipo que tenemos. Estamos aquí para servirles, para ayudarlos y para adelante, que para atrás ni para el arranque.
Sí, una pregunta, Alicia, para la gente que está aquí, que está empezando su Service Bureau. For those people that are starting the Service Bureau, dinos poquito, o quizás tú o Mauricio, las operaciones. Aquí estamos viendo tu chart, your team chart. Hay a the CEO, pero tienes sales and training. ¿Separas el sales and the support, or is it la misma gente que hace both sales and support en tu business?
Mira, algo que es muy importante en cualquier industria, Tony, es multitasking, ¿no? Everybody needs to know how to do everything. Claro, hay áreas de expertise como Digna, por ejemplo. Digna es nuestra experta en cuestión contributiva. Si tú a mí me preguntas dónde pongo la depreciación de mi carro en el Schedule C, yo no tengo ni la más remota idea, pero entonces te dirijo a Digna. Y Digna es quien te puede apoyar. Necesito ayuda en cómo promoverme en Facebook. César es donde entra ahí. Pero en el día a día de los problemas que puedas tener con el programa, con algún error de validación, con cómo dar de alta una de tus oficinas, cualquiera de nosotros, cualquiera, te va a poder ayudar.
Ok, perfecto. So, ¿cuál es tu consejo, your advice, para alguien que está empezando su Service Bureau? Who should be their first hire? ¿Quién debe de contratar a alguien primero? ¿Alguien en sales o alguien en support o en marketing? ¿Qué piensas tú, Alicia o Mauricio?
Es una buena pregunta. Creo que aquí va a depender de cada persona, de sus fortalezas y debilidades, ¿no? Depende si tenemos un operador de oficina que ya está haciendo todo y necesita ayuda en quién prepare esos taxes ahora, porque generalmente las personas que están ahorita pensando en ser un service bureau es que tienen ya una oficina de taxes, generalmente. Entonces, ¿cómo es el mejor paso primero? Pues en qué eres fuerte, eres bueno hablando con la gente, eres bueno mostrando tu negocio. O eres bueno más en la parte operacional, eres muy bueno en la parte táctica. Entonces, diría que sería dependiendo de cada uno, que es la parte en la que venimos a hablar ahora, ¿no? O sea, habla con nosotros, ¿qué necesitas? ¿Dónde te ves tú posicionado ahorita? Te podemos decir, mira, pues en tu caso creemos que esta es la mejor ruta o la mejor herramienta, pero definitivamente para hacer un Service Bureau o Subservice Bureau exitoso, tienes que tener una división, o tienes que tratar de tener una división en lo que es la preparación de taxes y lo que es Service Bureau y venta de software. Porque los Service Bureaus exitosos, la mayoría no hacen taxes, se dedican solamente a la parte de Service Bureau, que es nuestro caso. Entonces, en nuestro caso, no tenemos oficinas de preparación, no tenemos que estar pendientes de esa parte del negocio. Y ahí es donde viene la diferencia entre, pues, si voy a empezar este negocio, ¿qué me recomiendan? Pues, bueno, primero es quién te va a ayudar a correr tu oficina de taxes para que no te quite el tiempo durante la temporada, para que puedas entonces enfocarte en la otra parte de lo que es la reventa, la venta, la operación, el soporte durante la temporada. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Gracias, gracias. I wanted you to share that porque aquí en la junta de hoy hay gente que they do have a service bureau, but it's their second or third year, and siempre nos preguntan. They always ask us, like, how do I design my team? You know, but this is perfect. What you're sharing here is perfect, right? Tienes admin, tienes sales, training, marketing y social media. So, gracias por.
Y acuérdense de si tienen alguna pregunta, ponerlo en el chat. No importa si eres de una oficina pequeña, si eres de una oficina con múltiples retornos, más de 500. Si tienes 2, 3 oficinas, no tengas miedo en preguntar porque ahorita es el tiempo de preguntar. Están aquí todos los expertos. Tenemos los productos bancarios, con los bancos tenemos los softwares, los service bureaus. Pregunta lo que tú necesites y lo que tú quieras saber, porque ahorita tienes a todo el cerebro para poder tener un service bureau o empezar o tenerlo e incrementarlo con diferentes personas que hay aquí. Vamos a darle, vamos a preguntar algo. Hay una pregunta aquí y si te gustaría empezar un service bureau. We're gonna send out a poll here, and like I said earlier, don't be afraid to ask any questions, whether you're a small office, a big office, a multi office running tax office, or whatever. You have the brain of everyone here, so do not hesitate. Don't be afraid to ask, because this is your place for you to grow. So we're gonna start with a poll, and basically is, would you like help in starting a service bureau? And then you can there's 3 questions, answer them, and then at the end we can provide help depending on what your question was.
Perfect, perfect. And we got a few more minutes for the panel, so we'll pass it back to Alicia or Mauricio to finish up.
Sí,
Gracias.
ya nos queda poquito. Esto es básicamente para atar lo que estás diciendo, Juan. Basically, to tie up what you're saying, Juan, es ¿cómo se ve un service bureau? Bueno, nosotros llevamos 19 años haciendo esto, ¿no? Llevamos bastante tiempo haciendo esto. Tenemos más de 100 oficinas, procesamos más de 28,000 e-files. Crecemos año con año entre un 10 y un 13, un 15%. Pero ¿qué significa esto? ¿Cómo llegamos aquí? Pues la historia de estos números es que no lo hicimos solos, no fuimos nosotros solos, fue ayudando gente como ustedes, fue ayudando a oficinas pequeñas a hacerse más grandes, a oficinas pequeñas a convertirse en oficinas múltiples, a oficinas pequeñas convertirse en revendedores o distribuidores, a hacer service bureaus. Entonces, ese crecimiento viene de empezar de cero. Empezamos de cero y es un proceso, es un camino. Y ahí es que viene la historia de esto, de cómo podemos hacerlas a crecer, especialmente si no sabes si quieres ir directo o no con un software, los costos, los requisitos, pues son muy altos, puedes empezar con algo más estable y es donde entramos nosotros. ¿Cómo crecemos, Miguel? Siguiente slide. Este ha sido nuestro crecimiento a través del tiempo, ¿ok? ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Es un cambio de mindset. El Service Bureau Model o Subservice Bureau Model no es un negocio de corto plazo. No te vas a hacer increíble en un año, en 2 años. Requiere tiempo. It requires time. Entonces, lo que tenemos que empezar a ver ahorita es que si empiezas ahora, ¿cómo te vas a ir viendo en 2, 3, 5 años? Y empezar a cambiar el proceso de cómo hacerlo, los costos que conlleva esto, y es donde te conviene a veces estar debajo de un Service Bureau que te puede ayudar, puede hacer leverage de todas las herramientas, versus tú hacerlas desde cero, ¿no? Que requiere más tiempo y más dinero. Siguiendo con el mindset, ahora mismo todos los que tenemos oficina de taxes, nuestro pensamiento es ¿cuántos clientes tengo? Mi oficina está en Texas, tengo 300 clientes. ¿Cómo voy a crecer? Necesito 50 más clientes, necesito 100 clientes más, tengo que ir a buscar taxpayers, que vengan a mi oficina, que me busquen en la red, que me encuentren. Y ese mindset tiene que cambiar ahora, porque ahora tu mindset ya no es buscar taxpayers, es buscar oficinas. Y esas oficinas ya no son locales, ya no tienen que ser clientes que están en Texas buscando quién les tiene los impuestos en Texas. Ahora es, ¿dónde busco oficinas como yo que quieren crecer? Y entonces empiezas a buscar nationwide, ya no es solamente local. Entonces ese mindset es el que tiene que empezar a cambiar para poder entender cómo funciona este modelo y cómo poder crecer en este negocio. Así que si estás listo para hablar, tienes dudas, preguntas, ya sea para tu oficina directamente de software, ya sea para empezar un sub-service bureau o para empezar un service bureau, podemos ayudarte. Esta es nuestra información. Estamos listos para cualquier pregunta. Damos las gracias a Negoci. Tony, Juan, con esto termina nuestra presentación. Si hay alguna duda o pregunta, pues nos dejan saber y estamos aquí para ayudarlos. Gracias.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mauricio, Alicia, the whole taxes and products related team. Also, Miguel, Graham, Ian, with Walters Kluwer's tax-wise. You'll be seeing more of them throughout the year at various Negozi events, at our meetups, and especially in Houston. So in Houston, November 20th is the National Service Bureau Conference. There's going to be live panels, roundtable sessions, a lot of good discussions. And so this is an example of how a successful service bureau, taxes and products related, is working with a software company, which happens to be Walters Kluwer's TaxWise. Obviously, there's other service bureaus, there's other softwares. We're going to see them in the next couple hours, but we appreciate the partnership and the support. Gracias, gracias.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. And I want to introduce you guys to Quintero. Él nos va a introducir a nuestros siguientes panelistas. Con eso, muchas gracias otra vez. Thank you, Graham. Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, everybody from TaxWise, from Taxes and Product Related. Remember, it's a team, and it's not just the software and the Service Bureau. There's many more, which we will include in this panel. What are other industries that conjugate with the Service Bureaus? How do they help each other? So stay tuned for the rest. With that said, Antonio.
Muchas gracias, Juan, y muchas gracias a Tony, muchas gracias también a Mauricio y a Alicia por esa explicación tan maravillosa sobre Service Bureau. Creo que Tax Pro todavía no está conectado, Tony. Entonces,
Todo bien, Antonio, no te preocupes. Podemos seguir la agenda y cuando lleguen nos
sí,
metemos
por favor, gracias.
Sí,
Dale.
porque los de Tax Pro Tech, it's on data cybersecurity. So that's a good session, everyone. So data cybersecurity, it's going to be presented by Mexico Angeles, Jose Lara from Tax Pro Tech. Tax Pro Tech is also a service bureau themselves. So we want you to hear from how a service bureau with many offices protects data, because that is really, really, really important. It's one thing for you to have one office with your clients, but imagine having 100 offices with thousands of clients. Data cybersecurity, super important. That's coming up soon. That's coming up next as soon as they get here. But in the meantime, let's jump to the next one. Not to put you guys on the spot, our team from Pathward, but we have with us Refund Advantage, EPS Financial, EPS Payments. So Pathward has been a great partner. Pathward is actually our preferred bank product provider. So they have sponsored multiple events with Negozi. They're going to be in Houston. They're going to be in different, in Los Angeles, and different events that we have. And they're going to explain next how payments work in the tax industry. Specifically, if you have an office or if you have a service bureau, how a service bureau uses their payment technology to better serve their clients. So I want to le quiero pasar la voz aquí a nuestros colegas, a Wilson Boy, a Armando López, de Pathward. ¿Cómo están? How's it going?
Buen día a todos. It's going great. It's great to be here.
Yes, and with us also we have Ricardo with us. Good morning, buenos días.
Good morning.
Sounds great. So I'll pass you, let me know. Oh, and Deborah too. Yeah, I have the little multiple screens here, so she said hi right there. Yeah, so we appreciate, again, the partnership from our preferred bank product provider, Pathward, which has Refund Advantage and also EPS Financial. So with that said, Armando, empezamos. Let's get started.
You're on mute.
You're on mute. There you go.
Gracias, Tony. Disculpe. Yeah, so my name is Armando López. Yo estoy con Refund Advantage. Vamos a hacer esto un poquito bilingüe aquí para que todos tengan un poco de entendimiento. Voy a presentar yo la parte de Refund Advantage. Wilson va a hablar de nuestros servicios comerciales y Ricardo va a terminarnos aquí con la parte de EPS. Pero en realidad lo que nosotros queremos enfocarnos aquí son, nosotros tenemos un suite de servicios completo para sus service bureaus, para sus oficinas, para usted poder colectar pagos. So we're, on Refund Advantage, I'm going to talk a bit about bank products as well as some ancillary products that can help you as a service bureau bring in offices. But also we'll talk about some additional services that we have that can help you collect payments even on non-bank products. So Ricardo, if you don't mind, if you jump us here to the next slide. So entonces, voy a empezar hablando de nuestro producto core. Lo que más nos van a conocer Refund Advantages por la transferencia de reembolso. Básicamente, para muchos conocen, pero para darle un nivel alto, la transferencia de reembolso le da a usted la oportunidad de colectar sus honorarios de lo que es el reembolso de su cliente, en vez de tener que colectar un pago así antemano, o muchas oficinas que veo hacen un IOU, pues la transferencia de reembolso tienen esa seguridad que cuando nosotros recibimos el reembolso del IRS, vamos a colectar sus cobros y los vamos a depositar en su cuenta. Con Refund Advantage tenemos la opción de $39.95 para el primer financiamiento, y si tienen algo adicional como un estado o múltiples estados, pues cada financiamiento posterior son $14. Lo que también me gusta enfocar aquí son los incentivos. Hay la posibilidad de usted como Service Bureau o sus oficinas de poder llegar hasta un incentivo de unos $19, dependiendo de cómo recibe su cliente el reembolso y cuántos reembolsos financiados tienen en la temporada. También algo que me gusta tocar, nosotros tenemos el programa más competitivo de los anticipos a sus contribuyentes en la industria. Primero, para sus oficinas, lo que nosotros hacemos es que vamos a decir, ustedes están empezando hoy día como Service Bureau, puede ser que estén trayendo oficinas que están iniciando su negocio de taxes. Well, what we like to do is we give the opportunity even for those first year EROs to offer taxpayer advances, which makes you as a service bureau more competitive in bringing in those new offices. If there's a possibility you're working with another provider and you won't have that option. So working with us and also with EPS, you do have that option to be able to offer your new offices the ability to offer taxpayer advances. Lo que también nosotros nos enfocamos, ¿sabe? Nosotros cuidamos a todos nuestros clientes, sean una oficina o un service bureau de varios niveles, pero lo que nosotros tenemos ya en nuestros sistemas es la capacidad de que ustedes puedan escalar su service bureau utilizando nuestro servicio. Nosotros trabajamos en realidad con varios de los presentadores que van a ver hoy día. Trabajan con Refund Advantage, trabajan con EPS, trabajan con nuestros servicios comerciales, y nosotros tenemos esas soluciones donde usted hoy día puede empezar como un service bureau, con una o dos oficinas bajo de usted, y llegue a un nivel que tenga, como Mauricio comentó, esos sub-service bureaus que tienen propias oficinas debajo de ellos, y así como ustedes van creciendo, pues nosotros ya nuestros sistemas están capacitados para poder ayudarlos con ese tipo de escalación. You can go to the next one, Ricardo. I also like to talk a little bit, another way that, it's not collecting payments per se for your office, but it is a way for you to, in your offices to entice taxpayers into their office, is using the faster money cards. These prepaid cards are a way that if you get, preseason loans from us or startup loans, and you're using some of that money as early as December to kind of like part of our loyalty program with the taxpayers, well, they can go ahead and receive that money on there, and then they don't have, essentially they don't have to come back to your office once they've completed their tax return, because their advance will go on there and their refund will also get deposited on there. Nice thing is, when we're going through the funding of the PATH Act and we're getting those big rounds of funding where, sometimes you're waiting for check print files or you're waiting for direct deposits. A lot of the times these taxpayers are receiving their refunds from the PATH Act up to 4 days sooner than they would via a check or a direct deposit. The cards can be loaded up to $15,000 and they can be personalized. We also have over 24,000 ATMs that they can go to where they're not incurring any fees, and they're able to, manage their account via an application. As a service bureau, how this helps you, is for your offices to have this additional disbursement method for their taxpayers. A lot of folks, if you're working with low income taxpayers and whatnot, they may not have a relationship with a bank at all, and they may not even know where they can go cash a check. With the card, they don't have to think about that. They don't have to worry about that. They know that the money's going to be deposited on there, and if they want to withdraw it at one of the participating ATMs, they can go ahead and do that. Puedes continuar, Ricardo. Y también eso es un programa que empezamos esta temporada de impuestos y es algo que estamos viendo muchos de nuestras oficinas se están inscribiendo en ese programa. Es nuestro Fee Defender o defensor de tarifas. Básicamente, como trabaja el programa sabemos que hay varias instancias donde el IRS, por diferentes modos, no terminan enviando el reembolso a nuestro banco. Y entonces, vamos a decir, puede ser que le envíen un cheque directamente al contribuyente y ustedes no están recibiendo sus pagos por esos reembolsos que no están financiados. Esto es trabajo que ya sus oficinas hicieron y no han colectado el dinero por su trabajo que ya hicieron. Y ustedes como Service Bureaus, pues si están colectando diferentes honorarios de sus oficinas, pues no están recibiendo estas ganancias tampoco. Y aquí esto es algo que nosotros nos vamos a ocupar de la colección del pago por esos clientes. Simplemente pueden registrar para tener la opción de inscribir a los contribuyentes en el programa y después que pasen 11 semanas que el reconocimiento del IRS, pues nosotros vamos a empezar las comunicaciones con los contribuyentes y entonces si seleccionaron el depósito directo como la opción para su reembolso, pues ahí vamos a nosotros a hacer el intento de evitar sus tarifas de la cuenta del cliente. En realidad, lo que me gusta mucho de Refund Advantage y Pathward, yo empecé en la industria, ya llevo como 4 años en la industria, empecé trabajando para el lado de software. And what I like about when I joined Pathward and working here at Refund Advantage is that we are an all-in-one solution for service bureaus. The refund transfer is our core, is our bread and butter. It's how we get people in the door. But we have so many products like the ones that I went over, like the ones that Wilson is going to cover, that are going to help you bring in those offices from around the country by giving them those different options for what fits their needs. Not every office that you're going to try to bring aboard is going to have the same clientele, is going to have the same business needs. We are very customizable in that sense to help you add on those offices and continue to add on those sub levels and continue to grow your service bureau. So Ricardo, if you don't mind, just going to the last slide. Just Tony, de mi parte, claro, me gusta dar las gracias a Negoci por invitarnos aquí, por tenernos como su premier bank product partner. Nosotros estamos muy orgullosos de eso y ¿sabe? Estamos aquí para continuar y crecer la relación.
Muchas gracias, Armando, y también mucho gusto. Creo que no nos hemos conocido.
Igual, Juan.
Tenía una pregunta. Hay diferentes leyes en diferentes estados. There's different laws in different states, whether you have your IRS, your federal, or your state returns. Now, there's states like New York and California that are very sensitive, as we all know. You have to take different courses to even be part of the tax preparer group. And there's also different laws about how bank products work. I know that New York has a different law for bank products, if I'm not mistaken. And I was wondering, how are you guys able to accommodate to different laws that different states have? How do you guys accommodate to those states that are I guess special in a way?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Juan. A lot of it we are integrated, with our transmitter or tax software partners, and really a lot of those forms for with most transmitters that need to be completed. Like New York has certain disclosures that need to be filled out, and things that need and fee make sure that you're disclosing in multiple instances with multiple forms those fees. They're already typically integrated into the software. But even in the cases where we don't have that integrated with our transmitter partners, we make those forms that are state specific available on our different portals for the EROs to be able to print those out and include those as part of the tax returns and stay compliant. Additional to that, we end up doing audits, not really looking for not looking for folks doing incorrect or non-compliant things, but more so to make sure that they know that they're being compliant or not. And we review those returns for specific taxpayers that we may request from them. And if we find something that's missing, we give them that feedback. So we are doing everything that you as a tax office need to stay compliant in your states.
That's awesome. Thank you. And then I have one last question. As a previous tax preparer from a big franchise like Liberty Tax, I've always wondered, how are they able to do marketing? For example, how do they do the Send a Friend, the $50 Send a Friend coupon? Is that does that work with the banks, or is that something that the franchise has separate? Do you guys, does Pathware have or any bank, do they have anything to do with that marketing strategy?
So sometimes that is done through their banking relationships on that side. We have a little bit of a different program on our end. So we have a loyalty program where essentially we give the offices startup money that they can put towards that loyalty program with their taxpayers, and they can load that the amount that they want to kind of give to their taxpayers as an incentive to come in or as an incentive to refer customers to them. Different tax offices will use it differently. That is done through us. We loan a money, and they can choose to elect it towards that loyalty program. And that we start providing that money as early as October.
That's awesome. Como le pregunté a Armando, le preguntaba que hay muchos tipos de marketing. Yo trabajé para Liberty Tax hace unos años atrás. Como saben, es una franquicia grandísima. Todos la conocen, los ves en newspapers, los escuchas en el radio, los ves en la tele. Y mi pregunta era, ¿cómo es que ellos pueden ayudarle a hacer una estrategia de marketing? Hay muchas preguntas así que ustedes pueden hacer a los bancos, como a EPS, a Refund Advantage, a TPG. Hay muchas maneras de lo que ustedes se pueden beneficiar que no se educa cuando estás tomando las clases regulares de las leyes de impuestos. Es un buen tiempo para que ustedes se estrategien, escuchen a los bancos, y si tienen alguna pregunta, aquí tienen a todas las herramientas que necesitan.
Y Juan, como un poquito de seguimiento en ese mismo punto, Pathword, como una compañía que sabe que es la compañía madre de Refund Advantage y de EPS, se enfoca mucho no solamente préstamos a los grandes, ¿verdad? A los service bureaus, pero en realidad es como tener esa igualdad de oportunidad para todos tipos de oficinas, y nosotros prestamos más dinero que ningún otro banco a más variedad de clientes que ningún otro banco.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias otra vez a EPS, a Wilson, a Refund Advantage, Pathware. Armando, muchas gracias por toda la
Juan,
información que necesitamos.
teníamos la parte de los servicios al cliente que Wilson iba a presentar.
Perfecto.
Perfecto. Entonces, mi amigo Wilson, o como le digo, tío, mi tío Wilson.
Seguimos
El
con...
el tío chido. ¿Cómo están todos? Es un placer, como dijo, estar ahí. Vamos a la próxima. Mi nombre es Wilson, soy director del servicio de mercados, servicios comerciales. So I'm director of merchant services. And the slides are in Spanish, but we can go both ways. We can speak English and Spanish. But one of the things that we wanted to do, like Armando said, as an organization, is add value to your tax business, okay? Adding value to your tax business by offering different payment options, right? So that's what we want to do as a service bureau. Let's go to the next slide. I think in the past we did good jobs with just focusing on one type of client. But I think what we did now is we also want to equip these sub offices to offer more payment options to your sub offices, right? Right now we're kind of providing them just as one way of getting paid. However, we're kind of leaving them to decide how else they're going to get paid, any other ways. And as a service bureau, we're not capitalizing on that type of transaction, right? So with here at Pathward, we have programs for, we designed this for the tax professional. So that is the difference with our program. Lo voy a decir en español. Nuestros programas de pago fue diseñado para el preparador de impuestos. Entonces, cuando usted va a un banco, va a otro lugar, ese programa no fue diseñado para usted, fue diseñado en general y le pueden dar un equipo en general. Así que tenemos las mejores tarifas, podemos hacer programas a su medida, right? We can customize a program depending on your size. Why is this important? You might say to me, I use a CRM, and that CRM has a payments in there, right? Well, that CRM just had one agreement with a payment provider with one flat rate. They're not thinking about your bottom line, right? Not everybody is going to fit into that one mold, right? So we have that. We have where we can customize a program for you, whether you're new to taking payments, whether you're high volume, whether you want to offset fees. Juan spoke about some of the laws. We have compliant programs that will allow you to offset some of your fees, such as surcharging, not paying all your fees if that's something you wanted to do, cash discount, dual pricing. So that's very important. Everything on our payments program with Pathward to help your service bureau is managed in-house. Okay, so that means that every single portion of opening an account with us is from applying to underwriting to tech support to whatever your needs may be. You're always going to contact us. We're not sending you to a third-party company, deal with them. We know the payments industry, so that's what we do. We've been building this program since 2014, and we know the payments industry. So tenemos agentes en bilingües para ayudarlos en todo lo que es aplicar, hacer un acuerdo para sus oficinas de impuestos si usted es un service bureau. Y no solamente ese, que puede ganar dinero como organización, dándonos ese negocio, trabajando juntos, pero al mismo tiempo estamos equipando a esas oficinas a recibir todo tipo de pagos. Okay? Not only that is the referral program, which you can use for service bureaus, right, for sub offices, but your sub offices can also refer clients to us as, they might be doing accounting or bookkeeping for construction companies or for restaurants, and that restaurant isn't having a great service. That restaurant doesn't have anyone to call when they speak Spanish. We can help you with that. So that adds value to your tax practice. It helps you generate revenue, right? And it helps you work with an all-in-one bank where every single transaction is managed by the bank. Okay, so that's what we want to do. We also have programs in Puerto Rico now, which is great. We have a great statement analysis tool. So you have clients that are taking payments and they want to know what they're paying, or they're not sure what they're paying. We have that. We can analyze that for you. You go to the next slide, Ricardo. We have, and I'm not going to go into detail of these, but we have all types of programs that we can set up your customers with, as opposed to forcing them into a payment program that they're going to be stuck paying, a high fee or just, limited to the underwriting or the type of business that that software allows. Let's go to the next one. We can personalize a virtual terminal for you. So that means, with your logo or your sub office's logos, they can go on there, they can send invoice, recurring payments, adding it to their website. So what we want to do is just equip all these offices to be able to take all types of payments. Go to the next one. And now we also have ACH payments, which is something that wasn't focused on in the past, right? How many tax officers are holding on to checks for 2-3 months because they're busy? With this platform, they can enter the information. It's only $1.75 a transaction, $1.75 por transacción en cheques. Cuando están ocupados guardando cheques de 3 meses que a veces se pierden o se expiran, nosotros tenemos soluciones. Lo que queremos hacer es que cada transacción en esa oficina de impuestos, usted trabaje con un banco que lo pueda ayudar. Y no solamente eso, sino a sus clientes de negocios, para que también, si necesitan este servicio, lo podemos ayudar. Next one. We go to the next one. And there's my contact information, my email, my phone number, any questions you may have on payments, setting up your sub offices, equipping them to be able to take all types of payment in that office. Because remember, if we're just focusing on one, in February, that's done, right? But from March to April and October, September, corporate deadlines, extension deadlines, these tax offices still need to get paid a certain way. And we have that ability. So we have the ability to help you, the service bureaus, to help them, the sub offices. But not only that, is to help the sub offices generate additional income to referring non-tax business. And I'll be happy to go over any of this with everyone. Es un placer. Y dejo a mi compañero Ricardo.
Yeah, gracias,
Wilson.
Gracias, Wilson. And right before Ricardo, this is why we invite these great partners como Pathword, like EPS, Merchant Services, Pathword Merchant Services, porque we want everybody to understand, if you have a service bureau, you're able to make money by adding additional services, which is amazing, Wilson. This is exactly kind of like what you've told us. We are one of Pathword's partners for merchant services. So whenever we recommend Pathword to either our members or a small business owner or a restaurant, we're able to make money from that relationship. So be aware of this, para que todos entiendan que no nomás es vender software, tax software para hacer dinero as a service bureau. You could sell tax software, you could do bank products like we're going to learn right now. You could do merchant services and much, much more. So I just wanted to make that point, Wilson.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah. So again, we want to equip everyone to be able to function.
Thank you. And Ricardo, how you doing?
I'm good. How's everybody doing? Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it. It's good seeing everybody's faces. We see a lot of faces and people we know on here, a lot of our partners, which is exciting to get some time in front of them just to give them a high level overview of how we can help their service bureaus grow and start. Yeah, I'm Ricardo with EPS Financial. I've been with EPS for over 15 years now. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. So I just want to give like a high level overview of what's going on, like how your business could grow. We have a suite of refund transfers to help you collect your tax preparation fees, but these products are diverse, right? So there are different types of service bureaus. Some service bureaus need a cost-effective bank product fee or a higher fee. So we have different options for different types of service bureaus. So like we have our eCollect, which is the lowest cost refund transfer product in the industry. It's been our original product. It starts at $20 for a refund transfer, but this gives the service bureau the opportunity to increase that fee, obviously, and do some add-ons to help provide services to your offices and help them collect other fees. Then we have our e-bonus, which has the biggest rebate in the industry. So you can do with that which will help subsidize your office, but you get that back at the end of the season. We don't have volume requirements for that, so you could do 1 or you could do 500, but we can help you out with that rebate. I think it's a really cool, great program. Also helps you with cash flow. So at the end of the season, you know you're going to get some more cash flow in June to buy your software for the next season, which is already software selling season right now. I know all of our partners that we're integrated with are out there selling software. It's a great time to buy software now. Then we have our e-advance program, which is the only bank product program that gives you a no marketing fee, right? So if you have customers, this is a great way to grow your business and help your sub offices grow. They don't have to worry about having a marketing fee for providing an advance to their taxpayers, right? So they could get up to $6,000 that they could give to a taxpayer, and they don't have to worry about paying a marketing fee. I think it's a huge cost saving. I know a lot of our competitors are raising not only their bank product fees, but they're also raising their loan fees to the taxpayers. So we're keeping everything the same. That's our goal every season, to make sure that we have the lowest pricing in the industry. We keep our marketing fees at zero or very low. Like, this program is no marketing fee at all. But I like to say, like, we have these 3 programs to help you diversify, so you can choose what best fits your office and you're not locked into one price. Then we also have, like Armando was saying, and Wilson, like just again, a suite of products to help you collect your fees. We have our e-assist, which is our way to collect your tax preparation fees outside of the bank product if the customer didn't get funded. It's super simple. It's becoming super popular. This is our first season providing this service to you guys, and we had a lot of customers sign up for it, and we've seen a lot of we've already started collecting, and we're paying out offices on fees that they would not have gotten otherwise. So it's really a super great program. And we love the Faster Money card. This is great also for service bureaus. We allow all the offices to have cards. It allows you to step away from checks and not have customers come back to the office to have to pick up a check. Our customers, we found, obviously check disbursement is decreasing over time, which is terrific because you don't have to worry about printing checks or people coming back and losing a check. They have this card, they can use it at all times. They know how to use it. They know how to load funds to it. They can use it for other stuff besides their refund. I'm talking fast today. But yeah, you can load up to $15,000 on the card. The other cool thing about this is this also saves your offices on marketing fees. If the customer takes a card as a disbursement method, we waive the marketing in-season marketing fee on that as well. We have no hidden fees on the card. We help the customers with getting funds off the card in thousands of locations all over the country. I think that's about it. I just wanted to thank you guys again. We want to just have, a great suite of products to offer the service bureaus to help you guys grow. We are proud of our support team, our sales team, and our service bureau support line has like a 15-second hold time. So you have not only myself, but you have the whole entire support team to help you grow your business and support you, right? So we pride ourselves of having support here in the country. We support our card services here in the country. We support our merchant services here. But yeah, we have a full suite of terrific reporting to help you guys while you're growing your business. You want to have great access to reporting, right? So we have access to help you with managing fees for your service bureaus, super service bureaus. So you have sub offices. You can see that all in one place at any time of the day, 24 hours a day. We have a bunch of great self-service tools where you can chat with us online. But yeah, definitely really proud to be part of a team that can support their service bureaus and all their customers growing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ricardo. That was really great information.
Thank you.
Wilson, Armando, thank you guys. Pathware in general. I've known many of you guys for many years, ever since I started this industry. And I do think it's a great thing to have a good relationship with a bank, because they're the ones that support you financially in many ways. And there's many things that I didn't know. For example, that at the end of the tax season, depending on what you accumulated, you can get that money back. So it's kind of like a savings, so that when tax season is over, you have a little chunk of money to do your marketing, buy your software. So that's really good to know. That's stuff. It's little things that like that we need to know, and that can help us grow again.
Yeah. And if anybody in the audience has any questions during these sessions, please add them to the chat. Déjanos saber en el chat si tiene preguntas. Because again, the idea here is for you guys to discover and understand these programs, right? When you run a service bureau, you have the option of offering a bank product to your clients. You could offer different options. And so we just saw some great options here. And there's different pricing, there's different commissions you could earn, etc. So we appreciate the partnership, Ricardo, Armando, and Wilson. Pathward, our preferred bank product provider. They're going to be very active with Negozi all year long. They're active on the platform. We're going to see them at the tax conferences during the year, and of course in November in Houston. Thank you, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so
Thank
much.
you.
We really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Tony. Thank you, Juan. You know,
Muchas
if
gracias.
si están participando hoy, tienen alguna pregunta, alguna consulta, estén trabajando con nosotros o no, por favor, llámenos. Estamos aquí para servirles. Gracias.
Gracias. Y con eso dejamos a Pathward y le damos la voz otra vez a nuestro compañero Antonio.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Muchas gracias, Tony. Y bueno, como ustedes saben que Negocio es una comunidad de negocios, queremos presentar hoy a dos de nuestros brand partners que se unieron recientemente. Entonces, ya estás por aquí, Velvet Fight de Gianey. Creo que estás por aquí, Velvet. Creo que sí.
Hola, aquí estoy.
Hola, saludos, bienvenidos.
Gracias.
Nuestros brand partners de Gianey. Entonces, adelante, un saludo para toda nuestra comunidad de negocios.
Sí, gracias a todos. Buenas tardes. Estamos bien contentos de formar parte del negocio y conocer en cada reunión nueva gente, nuevos negocios. Mi nombre es Velvet, trabajo junto con David Silva para Gianni Montgomery Scott. Tengo casi 3 años trabajando para esta compañía. Y bueno, mi posición y lo que yo me encargo es trabajar en operaciones, dando servicio al cliente, asistiendo a David con las reuniones con nuestros clientes, colectando data y abriendo cuentas, ¿verdad?
Yeah.
David.
Gracias, Velvet. Primero, mi inglés es mucho mejor de mi español, pero escribe todo en español, entonces por un poco voy a hablar en español, sí está bien. Me llamo David Silva, soy un asesor financiero con Gianni Montgomery Scott. Estoy en mi práctica para 27 años. Mi misión, nuestra misión, es para trabajar con nuestros clientes para crecer sus ahorros mejor de nuestros abuelos y padres. Como fiduciario, trabajo con individuos, familias, propietarios de negocios y pequeñas empresas para aumentar sus bienes con el tiempo mientras los mantengo informados. Ahora tenemos clientes en 35 estados, entonces es muy fácil para trabajar con ustedes.
Uh-huh. Yo no sé si tú te acuerdas, David, anteriormente nuestros padres y nuestros abuelos solían depositar sus ahorros, ¿verdad? En las cuentas de sus bancos. Depositaban sus ahorros, esperaban que pues sus finanzas crecieran con el tiempo, con los intereses, ¿verdad?
Pequeño interés.
Sí, un pequeño interés. Y demoraba tiempo. Lo que nosotros hacemos es mucho mejor que eso. Invertimos en sus ahorros en mercados regulados y bueno, así las finanzas pueden crecer mejor y más rápido, ¿verdad? Con el tiempo. Y de esa manera pues se protege lo que es más importante para usted, que son las finanzas, ¿verdad?
Sí, entonces, al hacer preguntas y escuchar a nuestros clientes, los ayudamos a hacer un plan para lograr todas sus metas financieras, corto, intermedio, largo plazo, agresivo, conservador o moderado, joven o viejo, marido, no, sin marido. No es importante. Podemos ayudar a todos. Nuestro trabajo es ayudarle a llegar allí de la mejor manera que se adapte a sus necesidades. Como, bueno, ofrecemos muchos servicios y estrategias para ayudar con las inversiones. Las inversiones son acciones, bonos, mutual funds, bonds, stocks, ETFs, todos son regulados en los Estados Unidos. Entonces hay mucha seguridad con las inversiones. También ofrecemos seguro para ayudar a proteger su patrimonio y lo que es importante para usted. For this part, I'm going to speak English. How do we work with accountants? What value do we give there? The accountants that we work with, where they find credit with us, is by strengthening their relationships. For us, it's a relationship business. These investments that we offer, anybody can do, or you can get them from anywhere. But what makes us strong is for accountants who see problems with their clients' return, in that they're paying too much in taxes from their investments, or they're not taking enough tax deductible, or investing in much in their tax sheltered for their business. They're not taking advantage of all the actions they can be. With the client's approval, they will show us the client's return, and we will give them the ideas as to how they can save on taxes, grow for their future in a very tax efficient way. And when we provide these solutions to the accountants, and the accountant then relays it to their client, the client's happy, because when the client gets their next tax bill, it's not as high. When the accountant finds a solution with our help, that relationship now between that client and that accountant has become stronger. And it's because we were able to help. And that client becomes a client of ours, and it all works very well. And the relationship that we have with these accountants is, if we're not able to directly refer a client of ours to an accountant, simply because we might have a lot of clients who already have them or are happy with them, what we do is we use our budget to pay for things for that accounting practice, that as a thank you. For a client here in Long Island, we paid for their office holiday party because they had thrown us a lot of referrals, but we couldn't really give back as much to them. So we paid for their holiday party, and it improved the worker morale. It made everybody feel, good come the holidays, and they were able to get value. But the first and primary goal is to make sure that we strengthen the value between the accountant and their client. And we do that by finding things that can help them save on taxes and still have their money grow for them.
So, un importante detalle también para añadir es que el 40% de nuestra práctica es generacional, lo que significa que los clientes con los que él comenzó han referido a sus mismos familiares, ¿verdad? Y ellos se han añadido a nuestra práctica. Y eso pues no solamente es por lo que ellos encuentran en nosotros, ¿verdad? Sino también porque quien comenzó se asegura que pues cuando ya mueran, ¿verdad? Puedan dejar heredado eso a sus familias, sus bienes, y que puedan estar seguros, ¿verdad?
So, long story short, for individuals, for families, for businesses, for our clients, our job is to grow their savings in such a way where they're able to keep as much of it from taxes as they possibly can, protect themselves, their wealth while they're living. And then when that day comes around, like it does for us all, not for many, many years, to have that money pass on to their beneficiaries while keeping as much of it in taxes as possible. And directly, how do we work with accountants? It's by strengthening those relationships, by showing those clients those savings. Accountants happy with us, we're happy with them. We're happy. We're happy. The client's happy with everybody. And that's what we try to do. Anything else?
No, I believe if anyone has any questions, please, por favor, pueden contactarnos. Estamos poniendo en la pantalla, compartiendo nuestros teléfonos, nuestro correo electrónico. Damos consultas gratis.
Sí.
Búsquenos y con mucho gusto podemos tomar unos minutos para ayudarlos y atenderlos, ¿verdad?
Muchas gracias, Velvet. Thank you so much, David. Nos vemos en Nueva York el 13 de junio, porque
Sí.
ellos van a estar en New York el 13 de junio con nuestro negociante Summer Seminar. Entonces, muchas gracias por todo y bueno, si
Gracias
quieren
por todo.
contactarlos, aquí está la información de ellos. Les mandamos también por el chat el link y saben que también están dentro de nuestra plataforma de negocio. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, Antonio. Thank you, David, Velvet, for that information. And again, for those that are joining today, I know every time we have an event, there's always new people that join and that discover Negozi. So Negozi es negocio. Everything we do in Negozi is for business purposes, for you to discover partnerships, resources. That's why this partnership with Janie is great. It's very important because they're in the financial industry and finance, right? And for them to be able to serve you, but also help you serve your client. And if you are launching a service bureau, service bureaus have a lot of downlines of offices. So they may be also interested in all those resources and information. So thank you guys again.
Thank you.
For being here. And we'll definitely be in touch. What Antonio Quintero was saying, el 13 de junio, June 13th, is our annual summer seminar in New York City. We'll be at the Queens Botanical Garden, and the space only fits 100 attendees. Soon, we're going to release the layout, so you can start picking your seat. And as soon as we release the layout, you need to pick your seat fast, because once it's sold out, we're not able to fit anybody else because of the fire marshal code. So soon, we will release the layout. And when you're a premium member, como un member VIP, tienes acceso primero a elegir tu asiento en el layout. Y luego después, si hay asientos, le dejamos que el público se pueda comprar su boleto. Pero thank you. Well, next on the agenda, seguimos with our National Service Bureau meeting. A lot of great presenters. Ya escuchamos de muchos recursos. Hay más que vienen. Invitamos ahora para hablar de tecnología. Service Bureau technology. As a service bureau, you have different options. You need to be aware of the dashboards that exist, the technology, how to support your downline, which is your offices, right? Because if you don't have good technology or good support, your people may leave you for another software provider. So we don't want that. We want you to be aware of what exists and have the right tools to succeed. To talk about that, para hablar de eso, invitamos a Crosslink Tax Software. Gilbert Beneviste de Crosslink está aquí para hablar de tecnología para los service bureaus, y Crosslink trabaja con muchos service bureaus. So ellos pueden dar un ejemplo real de cómo apoyan en la tecnología a su gente. Gilbert, bienvenido, welcome. Oh, I think you're on mute. Is it just me? No. Está en mute, ¿verdad? ¿Lo escuchas, Antonio?
No lo estoy escuchando.
No, you're not on mute, but your microphone is not on, it appears. And also with Gilbert.
How about now, hopefully?
There you go.
Ahora sí.
Okay. Go ahead,
Thank
Gilbert.
you. Perfect. And I want to confirm as well, can you see my screen? Are you looking at my PowerPoint?
Not yet.
How about now?
There we go.
Ahora sí. Gracias. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your patience as well. Well, everyone, hi. My name is Gilbert Benevisto with the Crosslink Training Department. I'm very happy to be here today. And I saw that there were some other excellent presentations earlier today that covered, very fundamental topics like how to become a service bureau and the revenue opportunities as a service bureau. And what I want to do today is kind of build off what was discussed previously, right? And show you how we here at Crosslink service our service bureaus, how we empower our service bureaus with the technology, software solutions to accomplish what service bureaus need to accomplish. And we're talking about things like, let me go here to my PowerPoint. We're talking about what? Streamlining your tax preparation. And by streamlining your tax prep, yes, there's the overall process of working with the return, right, from beginning to end. We want that process to be as streamlined, as quick, as efficient as possible. But also there's what happens after the tax return is transmitted. Where does it go? What office is it sent to, or is it sent directly to the IRS? What happens once it's accepted or rejected? All that process should be as minimalist as possible so that you can process tax returns, or so that your offices really can process tax returns as quickly as possible. So we're going to take a closer look at this here in a bit. But along with streamlining your tax preparation business, what else do we have to do as a service bureau? We have to efficiently manage our multiple tax offices. This is one of the most complex things to do, especially the more you grow. That means more responsibilities, more offices that have to have the software every year, right? And in years past, this was something very physical that you would do. Someone would have to go to each office every season to make sure that it's configured, make sure that the program is set up to go. And that, the more offices you have, of course, the more complex that is. But with that in mind, Crosslink has tools to help you do this by controlling your offices remotely. We'll see that here in a bit. And then finally, connecting with taxpayers remotely, very important, especially, as time moves on. I mean, right now I'm working remotely, right? As I'm sure many of us here are as well. So this is something that not only affects us as tax preparers, as tax managers, but also our customers. Our customers don't necessarily want to leave their home either. They want and expect things to be virtual, to be remote. So we have tools for that too. And let's break into them, right? Let's take a look at each one. And one of the ones I really want to focus on is multi-office management, being able to manage your multiple offices from one location. Because this is, a very important aspect, especially for service bureaus. With the more offices you have, the more complex it becomes. But we're going to simplify it for you. And by multi-office management, what are we talking about here? We're talking about your ability to manage your tax offices from one central location, where before you had to go to each office to do each thing. Now you're in one spot, managing all your offices from one area. Very convenient option. And then related to this, how tax returns transfer from one office to another. Because with our multi-office management system, you can control how returns are being sent from one office to another, from one office to the IRS. We'll take a look at that. And then all this is to say, these benefits are all about streamlining your workflow for not only you as the administrator of these offices, as the owner, but also for the offices themselves, streamlining that workflow so that your employees, everyone, can boost productivity. As we know, the more returns we can prepare, that usually means the more money we're making at the end of the day, the end of the season. So let's take a look at an example here as to, let's say that this office right here is your main office, your service bureau. What can we do with this multi-office management system? Well, one of the main benefits, as we said, is we're taking the configuration, the settings, everything that normally you would do when you're at your sub office, you can do that from the main location and transfer those settings, what we call publish those settings to your sub offices. So right there, that's a big aspect, a big time saver when it comes to managing your sub offices, right? So being able to configure your offices remotely, very nice, but also how tax returns are sent from your sub offices to your main one. You have some options when it comes to that. Let's see an example here. So feeder offices. This is one of the types of office types, we call them, that you can use. You can set one of your offices to be what we call a feeder. And what that means is that any tax returns sent from this feeder office is going to be sent to the main office. And then what the main office can do is review those returns and then transmit them on to the IRS. Okay? That's a feeder type of setup. This is very commonly used for any, let's say, multiple tax offices that are sharing an EFIN, right? that sometimes happens. You have multiple locations. They all want to share one EFIN because, they never applied for another EFIN. They just don't have another EFIN available. But they have 2 or more offices that need to prepare returns, and they just have the one EFIN. And to keep with an IRS regulations, every physical location is supposed to have its own EFIN if you're transmitting directly to the IRS. So to assist with those situations where there's just one EFIN, what we're doing is we can do this type of setup where you're feeding returns from the main office and then everything is being sent to the IRS from there. So that keeps it in accordance with IRS regulations. Okay, very, very common for this type of setup. Now, another type of setup that you can do is what we call a transmit type of setup, where a transmit office can send returns directly to the IRS, right? But if you want, you could also receive a copy of that return to your main office. And this is optional, right? If you don't want to receive this copy, if you just want them to be able to transmit directly and you don't even want to know what's going on, some service bureaus work this way, that where they're just there to sell you the software, and then you transmit to the IRS. You're your own office, you do your own thing. However, other service bureaus, maybe they want to be more involved and they want to keep track of what's going on with tax returns. So this type of transmit configuration is definitely useful for that. And then there's other things you can do as well. For example, and before I get into that, actually, one very important aspect of this multi-office management is the ability for things to be what we call tiered, where offices or sub-offices can have sub-offices of their own, in a sense, which is a situation that you may encounter as a service bureau. If you're trying to sell software to an office, that or business, right, to a tax business, that tax business may have offices of their own, more than 2 offices. So you can build this type of setup where sub-offices are in charge of their own group of offices. A tiered setup is what we call it. And then with that in mind, you can do the type of configuration where the main office is the primary transmitter. Everything is flowing to the main office, and then the main office transmits to the IRS. This one maybe not as common for service bureaus, because again, I would say service bureaus tend to be more hands-off. They don't necessarily need that tax return data, but this is an option. Another option is everybody transmits to the IRS, and the service bureau or main office just receives copies. That's very nice as well, especially if you want to track data, run reports. Very useful to see how your offices are doing when you're set to receive copies of all these returns, right? And then finally, maybe for the service bureau that is more hands-off, well, everybody transmits directly. Don't want to get copies of anything. Everybody's just independent, transmitting directly to the IRS. Typically requiring, right, their own EFIN, but certainly a setup. So these are all the different ways that we can work with this multi-office management system with Crosslink. And when it comes to configuring this type of setup, right, this is something that you don't do by yourself. Someone like me here at Crosslink, the training department, will guide you through this process. So you never have to feel kind of like, oh, I'm stuck with this system, having to navigate the system by yourself. We'll definitely guide you through it. But that's the biggest way that we can help service bureaus manage their multiple offices, is by using this multi-office management system, which is found on our website. Crosslink Tax is where you manage all of your multiple offices. But in addition to multi-office management, what else do we have? We have a way for your customers to send you information remotely through this TaxPass app website. This right here, well, let's review. TaxPass app is essentially a client portal where your customers can go, your taxpayers. Taxpayers are going here so that they can send information to your tax offices. They can use this website to upload documents remotely. So like take pictures of IDs, take pictures of forms, and send that to the software. Or they could also use it to auto-populate the tax return data. This is a really great thing about this TaxPass app, is that the information that taxpayers type on this website not only is received by the software, but it is populated within the return, so that their name, their address, all that essential taxpayer information is already populated inside the return, so that your offices are just transmitting or finalizing the tax return. They're just completing the return that was almost started by the taxpayer. The taxpayer started their own return really without almost knowing it, right? It's being received by the software and the data goes where it needs to go. So let's take a look at this TaxPass app website. Here's an example, right, of the website, of the primary login page. And notice that we have this thing here where you can add your own tax logo. By default, the TaxPass app logo will appear, but this is something that you can rebrand, which is overall something that we at Crosslink support. The idea of rebranding the software, rebranding the anything, so that when your customers, when your taxpayers visit something that's connected to your business, it is branded with your business logo, your business identity. So that is an option as well. And then once your taxpayer logs in to this TaxPass app website, they get to fill out information. They're filling out information that is being populated in the return. They're taking pictures, or they're attaching documents if they'd like, right? This is all, the taxpayer has, they can be as complete as they want or as they may need. Some things may not apply, so they can skip that if necessary. But if they want to attach all these things, they can. And then the best part, like we mentioned, is that everything that is entered on the TaxPass website then flows down to the program, to your software. And it doesn't matter which version of our software you're using, they all support this website, taxpassapp.com. So a great way for you to connect, or for your offices to connect remotely with taxpayers and customers. So in addition to that, what else do we have? We have remote signature options, again, relating to customers that want to do business more remotely. And by remote signature options, what are we talking about? We're talking about the secure electronic signatures for customers on the go, eliminating the need for in-person meetings to come to the office. And what that means usually is that you're processing the tax return faster, okay? Of course, you still have the ability to attend customers personally, right? But you also have the ability to attend those customers remotely, which some customers may prefer. And then finally, faster turnaround times and improved convenience, absolutely, when it comes to the remote sign, because when you capture a signature, whether it's remotely or using an electronic method, it's one signature to fill out all the fields that are required, right? So that in itself makes the process of completing that tax return much faster. And also, it keeps it in accordance with IRS regulations. You're not going to accidentally miss something that was unsigned, because the software will make sure that that signature goes where it needs to go. And also document archive. This is something that's built into the software. It's not an add-on or anything, which other softwares may do. And by document archive, we're talking about your ability to securely store any electronic document and attach it to the tax return, making it really easy to retrieve electronic documents, to retrieve this information, because all you have to do is open the tax return and then it'll be there. And then finally, it reduces the physical storage, the need to have all these filing cabinets, all these things, all this physical space when things can be stored electronically. Very, very convenient tool, this document archive, and built into the software. And then speaking of the software, one last thing I wanted to mention is that there's a solution for every need. It doesn't matter if you prefer desktop software that is installed locally in the program, or if you're doing 1040 or business returns, or if you want to focus on online. If you don't want any software installations and you want to have an online portal, we have a solution for every type of office, and you can you can mix and match depending on the preferences of the offices that you're serving. So with all that said, I think we covered all the primary benefits and all the technology and tools that we here at Crosslink offer our customers. But if there's any questions, please feel free to reach out. You can ask questions now if there are any, or if you want to have a more detailed conversation in English or in Spanish, you can contact me. My contact information is on screen right now. With that said, thank you, Ngozi, and thank you everyone for your time and attendance.
Thank you, Gilbert. That was great. There was a lot of things there that I didn't know that Crosslink can do, and I'm sure a lot of you guys got a little bit more information. We do have one hand raised. Elisama Martinez, are you there? Elisama, did you have a question? Okay. If you did have a question, feel free to type it in here. Here's his information as well. Feel free to contact him separate as well if you need to, or Gilbert, feel free to send her a text message. With that said, again, I'm gonna take it back to Antonio. Les voy a dejar a Antonio aquí y después de que hable Antonio, sigue our next topic, que es driving revenue through TPG products con Josh Flores.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Muchas gracias, Gilbert. Bueno, yo le voy a dar entrada también aquí a mi amigo Carlos de Terreros Premio. No sé si ya estás por aquí, Carlos. Como que me confirmes.
Saludos.
¿Cómo estás? Déjame yo primero hago algo aquí. Ya un ajustecito. Listo. Bueno, otro de nuestros brand partners nuevos también que entraron. Bueno, llevamos mucho tiempo trabajando con Carlos, con lo que es Ciudad Maderas, pero ya oficialmente son brand partner con nosotros. Entonces, quiero darle la bienvenida oficialmente a la comunidad de negocio porque llega a aportarle además. Siempre con negocio lo que hacemos es traer recursos, traer herramientas, traer esos software, esas compañías, esos servicios que les sirven a todos los latinos en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, bueno, Carlos, bienvenido y cuéntales un poco a toda la comunidad de negocio y lo que hace Ciudad Maderas. Muchas gracias por estar aquí.
Claro que sí, sí me escuchan bien, ¿verdad?
Sí, 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 te escuchamos bien, adelante.
Perfecto, bueno, pues muy emocionado de ahora sí oficialmente ser parte de esta gran comunidad, que los felicito, la verdad que está muy padre pues el poder tener este tipo de charlas para poder conocernos, ¿no? Todos, ¿no? Una de las cosas que a mí más me apasionan es el tema del networking, de conocer otras personas, de colaborar entre latinos. Yo tengo ya 20 y tantos años viviendo en Estados Unidos y represento a Ciudad Maderas desde hace como 3 años que los conocí y la verdad es que me pareció algo increíble. Yo, como todos ustedes, soy negociante, soy emprendedor. He tenido varios emprendimientos durante mi estancia aquí, durante todos esos 20 y tantos años. Y cuando conozco a Ciudad Maderas me pareció increíble, me pareció muy conveniente la manera como podemos desde Estados Unidos invertir en México, ¿ok? Y me pareció muy padre, por eso me enamoré del producto. Cuando entiendo cómo funciona cómo opera esta compañía de Ciudad Maderas, me pareció muy interesante. Ya tiene esta empresa 30 y tantos años, casi 40 años en el mercado, y por muchos años se ha dedicado a ayudarles en esos tiempos, hace mucho tiempo, ayudarles a los mexicanos a poder adquirir propiedades, ya sea para inversión o como para patrimonio en México. Y como la compañía fue creciendo tanto, algunos años, hace algunos años, hace pocos años, empezaron también a expandirse acá en los Estados Unidos. Entonces, digamos que mi pasión ahora y lo que yo hago es ayudarle y traerles esta información a los latinos que vivimos en Estados Unidos, que también es una opción de poder invertir en México y no solamente es un producto para mexicanos, de una manera súper accesible, súper confiable digamos, lo que vendemos son terrenos o casas que los podemos adquirir de una manera muy sencilla y la verdad es que es muy conveniente para todos porque no tenemos ni que invertir mucho, ¿no? Con paguitos ridículamente de $150 podemos adquirir acá. Entonces hay mucha gente, tú sabes, Antonio, como yo que vivo en Estados Unidos hace mucho tiempo, comprar propiedades en Estados Unidos, pues es difícil. O sea, es difícil porque tenemos que calificar, claro que los que podemos, o adelante, perfecto, pero también es una opción de invertir en otros países. Y México, ya que es un país vecino, pues está muy interesante, ¿no? El poder comprar, como te digo, ya sea para patrimonio, ya sea para inversión. Así que me apasiona mucho el poder llevar esta información a todo el mundo. A mí me hubiera gustado haberlo sabido antes. Yo cuando conocí este modelo, se me hizo medio increíble y lo primero que yo hice, yo invertí en un terreno y ahorita tengo varios terrenos allá. Y la verdad es que pues es una pasión que se ha convertido para mí el hecho de traer esta información, de cómo podemos adquirir propiedades en México de una manera confiable, segura y la verdad es que muy accesible para todos. Y como te digo, a veces una de las cosas que me preguntan, oye, pero yo no soy mexicano, ¿puedo adquirir? Sí se puede. Claro, es un proceso un poco diferente, pero son cosas que vamos a ir hablando más adelante. Ahorita, pues básicamente yo quería nada más dar una pequeña introducción de lo que me dedico. Me parece muy interesante, que es bien diferente a todo lo que se ha hablado el día de hoy, pero está bien porque creo que es importante que aprendamos diferentes opciones que tenemos, ¿no? Yo como emprendedor creo que es muy importante el tema también de la diversificación. Me gusta mucho eso. Entonces, el poder traer esta información a esta comunidad me parece algo pues muy, muy padre para mí y también obviamente siempre estoy abierto también a conocer a otros emprendedores. Entonces me emociona mucho esto, ¿no? Porque no solamente el tema de decir, ay, voy a hablar de mi producto, sino, claro, informar lo que hacemos para aquellos que quieran saber más. Aquí estamos para servirles, pero también para nosotros poder colaborar y aprender de ustedes. Así que te agradezco mucho, Antonio, por la introducción. Les agradezco mucho a Negoci, pues darnos la oportunidad de pertenecer a esta linda comunidad. Y pues un saludo a todos. Espero que vamos a estarnos conociendo porque vamos a estar muy activos también en los eventos presenciales y cada que tengas webinars queremos participar también para aprender y también para proporcionar información. Así que estamos muy agradecidos, Ciudad Maderas, y pues cualquier cosa en las que le podamos colaborar, aquí estamos para servirles a todos. Muchas gracias.
Qué bueno, Carlos, muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, estos negocios, ¿cierto? ¿Cómo traemos esos recursos? ¿Cómo traemos lo que le puede mejorar a usted la calidad de vida también, pero también en términos de negocio, ¿cierto? ¿Cómo podemos traer recursos para negocios? Pero cómo también podemos traerle a ustedes esas soluciones para que usted pueda ser un inversionista, pueda crecer su patrimonio y a través de Ciudad Maderas, Terrenos Premium lo puede hacer. Van a recibir un email mañana con nuestro newsletter que salen todos los días, con toda la información de Ciudad Maderas, de Carlos, para que se contacten con él. Si usted aún no recibe los emails de Negoci, usted va a negoci.com y en la parte de abajo, usted busca la opción que dice suscribirse aquí al newsletter. Aquí en esta opción que están viendo aquí, usted puede crear un perfil, conectar, puede también suscribirse al newsletter o ingresar al grupo de WhatsApp que tenemos también. Entonces, mañana van a estar recibiendo la información de Ciudad Madera, de Carlos. Y bueno, Carlos, bienvenido y muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy también.
Muchas gracias a ustedes, que la pasen muy bien. Gracias.
Feliz tarde. Bueno, Juan, Tony, adelante. Continúen
Muchas gracias.
con el siguiente panel.
Perfecto, Antonio. Gracias a todos aquí por estar aquí con nosotros, a Carlos por la información. Yeah, so like I said earlier, we want everybody to discover different resources, ¿verdad? So gracias por tu tiempo, Carlos. Y seguimos con alguien que hemos conocido muchos años. The first time I met this person, it was in Chicago at the Chicago Tax Forum. And after a long day of tax forum exhibit hall, we all went to dinner and he bought us a nice steak and he was drinking some Macallan and I was like, whoa, who is this guy? So dejo que presente a Juan, a nuestro próximo presentador.
Sí, nuestro próximo presentador es una persona es una gran persona, también la conozco desde que yo empecé en esta industria. I know Josh ever since I started in this industry, back when I worked for Texan. I actually met him in Puerto Rico, out of all places. And ever since, he's been a friend, and he is a great person, a great resource for you guys to have. There's many people that work with TPG. We have an example, one of our service bureaus, Enamel Khan, who's here with us as well. he also works with TPG. So maybe afterwards you guys can talk together about how you guys work together, how TPG helps the Enamos Speedy Tax Service Bureau. But with that said, here's Josh Flores for you guys.
Thank you.
Ok, voy a hacer la presentación en español. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Tony, Juan, Antonio, muchas gracias por su tiempo y gracias por el tiempo de todos. No se me olvidan esos primeros días que yo también estaba entrando a la industria y me acuerdo de haberlos conocido a ustedes, y cómo me echaron la mano en explicarme todas las, cosas especiales de esta industria y cómo todos se tratan como familia, la verdad. Ok. Voy a comenzar un poquito con mi presentación. Para la gente que no me conoce, soy Joshua Flores. Yo estoy encargado de parte de TPG, de la experiencia del cliente. Tengo la oportunidad de trabajar en innovación de nuevos productos, desarrollo de la página web, reportes, el sistema de CRM. Hay muchas otras funciones que tengo dentro de la empresa, pero obviamente nunca se me ha quitado, ¿cómo se llama? Ser la cara, por lo menos en lo que es la comunidad latina para la empresa también. Voy a compartir mi pantalla en este momento con la presentación. Permíteme. ¿No? Y quiero ver. ¿Ahí miran la presentación?
Aún no.
No, aún no.
Aún no. Déjame ver. Qué raro. Screen 3. Share.
There we go. It's coming up.
Coming up.
All right. It's all yours. Screen is yours.
Okay. You guys see it there now?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So what's our agenda today? La agenda de hoy, perdón. Me fui en modo inglés. La agenda de hoy es hablar un poquito de nuestros adelantos para los preparadores, ¿no? Voy a mantener la presentación un poquito corta para no, yo sé que ya estamos un poquito pasados de tiempo y voy a hablar no de todos los productos que tenemos, pero de los productos que le podemos ayudar para ustedes, ya sean service bureaus o las oficinas de ustedes bajo sus service bureaus, puedan crecer y las maneras que pueden crecer con TPG, ¿no? Tenemos el adelanto que es de $500 a $7,000. Este adelanto tiene un porcentaje de aprobación de arriba del 80% cada vez que un preparador se lo ofrece a uno de sus clientes, ¿no? Tenemos esto es para oficinas también, tanto para EROs como Service Bureaus, como Super Service Bureaus, como Sub-Super Service Bureaus. Tenemos el enrollment, el multinivel de Enrollment Records. ¿Qué significa esto? Que si tú eres un Service Bureau o una oficina y quieres usar 5 o 6 softwares que se te presentan o ser revendedor de múltiples softwares, nuestra plataforma ya puede representar o darles el beneficio de usar la infinidad de softwares que estén integrados con nosotros. Y la verdad es que TPG está integrado con la mayoría de los softwares. Esto significa también que si usted quiere usar como Service Bureau, TaxSlayer, Crosslink, CCH, o quiere ser revendedor de estos softwares, nuestra plataforma también le puede ayudar con él. Puede ayudarle en controlar todas las transacciones bajo cada nivel de software, ¿ok? También, lo que también podemos hacer y que la plataforma no lo permite con TPG es, si usted va a revender 2 softwares, ya sea TaxSlayer y Crosslink, puede poner 2 diferentes números de cuenta de banco y puede separar sus fees dependiendo quién está transmitiendo bajo qué software. Entonces, esta es una habilidad que tenemos de multinivel dentro de utilizar el banco de nosotros cuando son clientes, ya sean oficinas individuales o sean service bureaus. La unidad o la unificidad del portal. ¿Qué significa esto? Ustedes como business owners, ustedes como dueños de sus propias empresas, Esto ahora con la nueva plataforma de nosotros o con la plataforma que tenemos por los últimos 2 años, ustedes nomás tienen la habilidad de crear un solo usuario y ver todo el desglose de su negocio. ¿Qué significa esto? Significa que si tiene 3 softwares, 4 service bureaus, 20 oficinas por cada service bureau, usted tiene la habilidad de firmarse la página y ver toda la unidad de negocio junto con con ciertas estadísticas o tableros de estadísticas que pueden ver cuánto dinero han generado, cuántos productos han procesado, cuántos fees, cuánta deuda tienen. Pueden verlo todo en modo global hasta muy granulado a la forma de nivel de taxpayer. ¿Ok? Los reportes que tenemos más de 20 reportes preestablecidos. Algo que también le ofrecemos a los service bureaus y a clientes con multioficinas es también hacerles desarrollar un reporte en particular para ustedes. Por lo general viene siendo una versión de los que ya tenemos. Yo creo que 95% de las veces los reportes que ya tenemos preestablecidos en nuestra página web son los que más utilizan. ¿Por qué? Porque el Service Bureau o el dueño de multioficinas o el dueño de varios Service Bureaus quiere saber cuántos transmitter fees se están procesando, se están pagando, cuántos gastos de preparación se están generando, cuántos préstamos se han hecho, cuánta deuda tiene cada oficina o manejar su propia deuda también. Todo tiene una visibilidad para el dueño de negocio. Otra cosa que también ofrecemos como número 5 es capital. Tax Pro Advance. El nuevo formato de Tax Pro Advance que hicimos este año incluía más gente, más oficinas individuales calificaban para este programa porque reducimos las precalificaciones para seleccionar este programa dentro de nosotros. Entonces, ahora ya Service Bureaus que tienen muchas oficinas calificaban más para este programa y con mayores cantidades también. Auto Collect Program, el Auto Collect, el número 6, es un programa que tenemos que les ayuda. Fuimos, los primeros en la industria de tener este programa, que es todos los taxpayers o todas las aplicaciones de banco que no fueron liberadas o pagadas por fondos del IRS. Nosotros consideramos que ese dinero o ese trabajo se había hecho. Entonces, ¿qué hacemos? Damos la habilidad al preparador de, recibir su reembolso, sus honorarios. ¿Cómo? Nosotros, por medio de un sistema semanal, le avisamos y le deducimos o intentamos deducirle los honorarios de la cuenta de banco del contribuyente. Este programa tiene la flexibilidad, todo lo controla el preparador a nivel oficina, simplemente firmándose a la oficina, perdón, a la cuenta de TPG, ingresando a AutoCollect y ellos tienen un portal donde ellos dicen a quién se le cobra, a quién no se le cobra, si ya se le cobró y le quiere reembolsar el dinero. Todo es self-service, no tiene que hablar por teléfono, estar en línea esperando, todo lo pueden controlar desde ahí. Marketing Pro. Marketing Pro es una empresa con la que nosotros nos hemos aliado porque esta herramienta le maneja todo el día a día de las oficinas de ustedes. Básicamente es un CRM con la habilidad de ustedes escoger. Si ustedes tienen un negocio y quieren abrir una página web, quieren comunicarse con sus clientes, quieren agendar citas, quieren tener una manera segura de intercambiar documentos delicados o sensibles como seguros sociales, esta página o este aliado de nosotros tiene la habilidad para hacerlo de una manera segura. En esta industria todos reconocemos que la seguridad es importante porque manejan todos ustedes información delicada. Entonces, con Marketing Pro tiene bastantes habilidades. Ustedes se enrolan con ellos directamente, lo pueden hacer desde el portal de nosotros y escoger el plan que sea más eficiente para las necesidades de su negocio, ¿no? Hasta ahorita, ¿alguna pregunta o duda que tengamos?
Mira, por favor, pongan sus preguntas en chat. Si quieren hablar, pueden levantar sus manos también y les llamamos.
Sí,
Pero
o no tengan miedo de interrumpir si es algo que tiene que ver con con lo que están hablando. Any questions? Don't be afraid to put them on the chat or just unmute yourself if it has something to do relevant with the topic that we're talking about.
Sí, continúo. Aquí ya hablamos un poquito de los detalles de qué es el Tax Pro Advance, ¿no? El detalle de qué significa, qué es lo que mejoró del capital que le ofrecemos a las oficinas que están abajo de Service Bureaus. Y también tenemos en cuestiones especiales, capital para los Service Bureaus. Si es de ser necesario, se puede tener esa conversación. Todo es posible siempre y cuando hablemos y preguntemos. Como decían en mi rancho, si no preguntas, Dios no te escucha, ¿no? Entonces, para el capital, que ofrecemos para las oficinas, anteriormente eran hasta $175,000, ahora ya superamos los $339,000 que pueden solicitar. Requisitos mínimos para comenzar en el programa son de 50 productos de banco liberados una temporada anterior. ¿Cuándo comenzamos este programa? Este programa es bien importante. Lo comenzamos desde octubre. Aquí tengo el 7 de octubre. El día puede variar este próximo año, pero va a ser en la fecha de octubre. ¿Ok? Entonces, para muchas de estas oficinas que necesitan capital para comenzar, por favor, siéntanse con la confianza de comunicarse con uno y hacer este tipo de preguntas. ¿Ok? Fui representé cuando comencé, excelentes servicios al cliente. Ay, muchas gracias, Elene. Muchas gracias por tu comentario. Ahí te mando tu regalo después, ¿cómo se llama? Por correo ahí a tu oficina, pero muchas gracias por el comentario, Selene. Siempre ha sido un amor. Selene Reyes de Texas. Nunca se me va a olvidar.
Gracias, Josh. Muchas gracias por eso. I wanted to bring in just real quick, Enamel Khan from Speedy Tex. He is in New Jersey. And I just, before you finish, I know you're leading to the fast cash advance. Enamel, tell us a little bit about you and how the bank products help you in your business, and how has that integration helped grow your service bureau?
Thank you, Juan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Enamel Khan. I'm CEO of a tax preparation software named Speedy Tax, created on a CCH TaxWise platform. I've been a service bureau with TaxWise for 37 years. I was one of the original service bureaus that ever created the whole concept. In our service bureau, we have sub-service bureaus. We mentor them. We have a 3-year program. We train them. We make sure they understand the navigation of the client management system, how to renew the clients, how to enroll new clients, that sort of thing. And after 3 years, when they're ready, they can go and start their own full-fledged service bureau. There's been many good presentation here, a lot of good products to choose from. So we help the new service bureau wannabes to select which software, which bank they should work with, because I have a lot of experience working with many different companies that are in the industry right now. If you want to be a service bureau, the first thing you have to do is select the right software partner. If the software is not cloud-based, it'll be very difficult to manage a service bureau in terms of communication, customer support, technology integration, and all that. We used to have all desktop. There was no cloud-based software a few years back. It was extremely difficult to do marketing, customer service, tech support, all that stuff. Now it's very easy. You can log in from anywhere, anytime to the system and prepare taxes. So that's very important. Also, if you want to get into service bureau business, I think you should start where you're located. The local marketing is very important. Local social media. Advertise yourself. Go and look for multi-service location that are, who doesn't provide any tax preparation service. Talk to them. You can recruit them. We can train them and set up a tax office there. Also, the partnership with the bank. Pick a software that's fully integrated with your software, so you don't have to go through an extra step to start the bank application and do
That's direct to Josh, right?
Yeah. So finally, I would say if you are interested in being a service bureau, contact me. I can give you some advice free of charge and how to go about starting one.
Thank you, Enamel. And I've known Enamel for a long time, and I work with him as well. He is a great resource, a great brain to pick. And like I was saying, TPG and service bureaus work together. If you have any questions into how they integrate with each other, TPG is a great example of how they integrate. How they offer different stuff like the fast cash advance, and with all that, in order to provide that, you need that software, and Amel's a great person for you guys to rely on and give you that knowledge that you need as to how that works with the banks. Having that said, Josh, I'll give you back the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enamel, hey, nice to seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while, everybody. It's nice to see you at least in camera. Hopefully I can see you in one of these shows. Okay?
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome. So, como les comentaba, iba a hablar un poquito del adelanto a los contribuyentes, ¿no? ¿Cómo funciona esto? Es un adelanto que el taxpayer llega a la oficina del preparador. Esto es meramente este producto, como siempre le digo a todos mis clientes, es opcional. El chiste de este producto es para que ustedes le digan a las oficinas, es para traer el cliente a tu oficina y ya estaría después del preparador de cerrar la venta, de hacer los taxes. Esto es una opción solo para poner letreros, para poner de que ustedes ofrecen adelantos. Ustedes hablando con el contribuyente determinan si en realidad ocupa este adelanto, pero lo que nosotros nos queremos enfocar mucho es que esto genere visitas a su oficina. Este producto funciona de $500 a $7,000. El preparador, el contribuyente puede recibir este dinero a partir del 2 de enero. Este año fuimos el único banco que lo extendimos hasta el 15 de marzo. Por lo general, a nivel general, este programa anteriormente con nosotros terminaba en febrero, a finales de febrero. Ahora lo extendimos 2 semanas más porque vimos que había necesidad de continuar con este programa. Ha sido, la verdad que en nuestro caso ha sido todo un éxito este programa. Y ahora más que lo extendimos este año. ¿En qué ayuda este préstamo? Pues este préstamo les ayuda a las personas para recibir dinero de una manera casi instantánea. Obviamente nosotros decimos que las aprobaciones tienen que ser dentro de 24 a 48 horas, pero muchos de ustedes y de sus oficinas que están aquí presentes utilizaron este producto y no me van a mentir, en ciertas situaciones era en cuestión de minutos cuando recibían esa buena notificación de que se les había aprobado el dinero. ¿Ok? Déjenme buscarme el siguiente slide. AutoCollect. Hablé de AutoCollect ahorita al final. ¿Qué es AutoCollect? Pues como les comentaba, esta plataforma, este servicio que tenemos, le ayuda al preparador a recolectar los honorarios de todos estos contribuyentes donde el IRS no liberó el dinero, no liberó el refund, el tax refund de la persona. ¿Y qué pasa? Pues no se le paga a ustedes. Al final de cuentas, nosotros aquí en Santa Bárbara creemos que el preparador hizo su trabajo de preparar los taxes, y si no libera, si no se le dio la opción al contribuyente que recibiera su dinero, ya no es culpa de ustedes hicieron su trabajo. Bueno, este producto funciona para el preparador y también para el Service Bureau. ¿Cómo funciona para ambos? Uno, si el preparador está bajo un Service Bureau y esa aplicación tenía un costo adicional de Service Bureau Fees, también cobramos los Service Bureau Fees con este mismo producto. Entonces, tanto si sus oficinas que están abajo del Service Bureaus, para ustedes que han utilizado, porque veo que en esta lista de personas en esta junta, en este webinar, varios de ustedes son clientes de nosotros, ustedes han utilizado el AutoCollect, a ustedes a cierto tiempo reciben sus Service Bureau Fees también, cuando ya procesamos todo el programa. Aquí les estoy enseñando un poquito del portal, de la información, cómo el preparador puede controlar si quiere detener la cobranza, si quiere reembolsar el dinero que ya cobramos en caso, o si quiere detener la cobranza también. Todo está en las manos y en el control del preparador. Y ya hablamos un poquito de Marketing Pro. ¿Qué ayuda Marketing Pro, right? Marketing Pro, como les comentaba, otro programa para ayudar a generar más dinero, ayudar a generar a ustedes, los dueños de empresas, microempresas, empresas grandes, generar, ¿cómo se llama? Comunicación entre sus clientes. Marketing Pro tiene la habilidad de integración con QuickBooks para ustedes que usan QuickBooks. También tiene la habilidad de preestablecer comunicación entre el preparador y sus clientes. ¿Cómo? Ya sea por cuestiones de email, por cuestión de texto. Entonces, esta herramienta es muy buena, ha sido un éxito también con nuestros clientes, hemos tenido muy buenos comentarios de Marketing Pro. Entonces, esta es otra herramienta que nosotros como banco buscamos alianzas con empresas que sabemos que en realidad le va a ayudar a los servicios de las oficinas y los servicios que ustedes ofrecen con, ¿cómo se llama? Como un Service Bureau, porque al final de cuentas, ustedes nos buscan a nosotros y nosotros lo que tratamos de hacer es hacer alianzas o tener productos que le ayuda al Service Bureau ser más completo, le ayuda al Service Bureau presentarle unas mejores opciones a las oficinas de preparación de impuestos. ¿Cómo se llama? Diseñamos la página, muchos de ustedes ya se dieron cuenta que hicimos un rediseño en toda la página para poder controlar su volumen, cuántos fees han generado, cuándo ingresan, qué opciones y qué programas están ingresando todas sus oficinas. La verdad es que tenemos un control y tenemos una experiencia del cliente muy buena en lo que es la navegación del portal y la información que presentamos. Aquí hablamos de los más de 20 reportes que tenemos preestablecidos. Y como les comento, hay clientes como Service Bureaus que a veces necesitan un reporte especialmente de diseño para ellos o una versión con unas pocas modificaciones diseñado para ellos. En este caso, si ustedes son un Service Bureau o una oficina con varias oficinas o un dueño de oficina con varias oficinas, por favor, siempre acérquense, ya sea a mí, hay varios compañeros de la industria que le pueden dar esta información y podemos buscar cómo innovar para darle claridad a las necesidades de ustedes como empresarios. Por esto yo cierro, pero me gustaría cerrar con esta frase. Let's redefine success together. Your vision, our innovation, united for excellence. En español, redefinamos juntos la visión de ustedes y la nuestra innovación. ¿Y por qué digo esto? Por la excelencia de todos. Es bien importante que ustedes sepan que TPG es un socio de ustedes, que siempre está para escucharlos. Y cualquier idea que tengan, por favor, háganosla saber. Si algo he, ¿cómo se llama?, aprendido trabajando en una empresa de finanzas con tecnología es, si tú lo piensas, lo podemos crear. Entonces, con esto, ahí les doy mi información, mi correo electrónico. Si tienen alguna pregunta o duda, siéntanse con la confianza de comunicarse conmigo. Si tienen ideas de cómo nosotros como banco podemos ser mejores socios de ustedes, siempre están las puertas abiertas. Muchas gracias.
Josh, muchas gracias. Esta información es súper excelente. Aquí está la información de Josh. Por favor, tomen captura. Si tienen algunas preguntas, escriban en el chat. Josh va a dejar su información también allí por cualquier cosa. Cualquier duda de un producto o X, pueden ir con él y él con mucho gusto les puede atender. Josh, otra vez muchas gracias y mucho gusto en verte y poder trabajar juntos. Ok, ahora vamos a continuar con we're gonna switch it over to Ian Gardner. He's gonna talk about lead generation and the support of running a service bureau. This is very important for you guys because if you're new to the service bureau industry, this is a great way for you guys to get a rock underneath you so that you don't fall and that your first year doesn't go to failure. It's always good to have people like Ian Garner that give you that support.
Awesome. All right, thank you guys. Thank y'all for pardon me. Thank y'all for having me. There's been a tremendous amount of good information here, and I'll just give a big hi to everybody in the room that I know. It's nice to see a lot of good faces out there. So one of the things I want to do today, if I could share my screen, I think I have to wait for somebody to stop sharing theirs. Josh, I think that might be you. Are you there? Were you able to just bump that?
I'm trying to stop. I thought you can override me, but
nope. I'm very powerful, but I'm not that powerful.
Hey guys, no, perfect. What I'm sharing my screen now to let everybody know. Right before I pass it back to you, Ian, letting everybody know. So right now we're here with Ian, Sigma Tax. Thank you. And then we have TaxCom to go over communication platform and growing sales. Then we have TaxStone, and then TaxSlayer, and then a panel. So right back to you. Let me stop sharing, and you'll be able to share. Ian, let me know.
Awesome, very cool. Let me just pop this up there real quick. Share that, and then go full screen. All right, is that working? Everybody can see that one? Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So what I want to do today is going to be a little bit different, right? You got a lot of great information in here, a lot of great vendors, a lot of great service bureaus, banks, software providers. So I want to do something a little bit different. Obviously, everybody has great things to add, but one thing that we don't touch a lot on is really how to grow your service bureau, right? And then once you grow your service bureau, how to keep it. So the first thing we'll touch on is going to be lead generation, kind of the nuts and bolts of that. And then we'll get into the IT support side, all right? So that's me, Director of Sales here at Sigma Tax Pro. I've been in the tax world for about 12 years now. So seen a lot of good things that people do, seen a lot of bad things that people do, and hopefully we can all learn from that. So the first thing I want to do here is I want to tell you, well, explain how I like to position when I'm selling as a service bureau and I'm helping other service bureaus sell. And it's a thing called Story Brand. And it's a book by a guy named Donald Miller. I did not make this up. But once I learned it, it really kind of changed the way that I marketed, changed the way that I presented, changed the way that I tried to help other service bureaus. And basically what you're doing is you make the client the hero in their own story. All right, I've got this cool little graph here. We'll walk through it slowly just to see everything. But at a start, right, there's a character that that has a problem, meets a guide, gives them a plan, calls them to action that results in failure, or results in success, avoids failure, right? So that's an oversimplification, but we'll break it down. The first thing is a character, right? The main character in your customer story, and when I say customer, I mean you're the service bureau selling the new tax office, right? They are the main character in their story. You don't want to position yourself or your company as the main character, because in their head, it puts you in contention with them, right? Now it's you against them, and there can only be one hero, right? The whole goal of this is we want them to be the hero. If you think about, everybody's seen Star Wars, right? If you think about Star Wars, you're not Luke Skywalker, you are Yoda, right? If you think about The Matrix, right? You're not Neo, you're Morpheus, right? So that character has a problem. And that's part of what your first few phone calls with a person should be. Not just, hey, here's what I got, here's my pricing, we're so awesome. But learn about them, talk to them. Do you have a question, Nancy? I don't want to talk over you.
I think that was an accident. Go ahead. All
right, cool. So you want to talk about the character's problem, right? You want to find out what they have going on that you can help solve, and then reach into your tool belt and solve that problem with your tools. So that's the character, that's the problem. When they meet you, right, you're the guide. So what everybody has on here, and we've seen exemplified in a really great way, is everybody has a tremendous amount of knowledge, understanding, experience, right? You're the guide. So what you do is you give them a plan after hearing their problem, understanding who they are, right? So you give them that plan, and then you call them to action, right? Here's the plan. And I'll use an example of, just kind of generally with software. Maybe somebody is trying to grow their business and they are using desktop software, and they're not able to see what's going on in each office at all times, right? That's a common thing that I see a lot. So I'll understand their problem, and maybe the plan that I present is a switch to web software, right? That allows them to see what's going on. Then you want to call them to action, right? So that means, hey, here's the plan. I think you should do this, right? This is going to help you fix your problem. And that's going to result in failure, or result in success. I keep messing that up. It's going to result in success and help them avoid failure. And if you look at any big branding, right, you're always going to see this, where the hero of the story is the person receiving the sales pitch, right? Use Nike, right? Nike doesn't tell you how great their shoes are. They tell you how great you're going to be at, basketball or soccer or running, how great you're going to be when you wear their shoes. iPhone, a lot of people have iPhones. Apple doesn't say we have the best phones, we have the coolest phones, they're so shiny and bright and cool. No, they say you're going to be a better photographer, which is going to make you a better parent, right? By using this phone. Now you've tapped into something emotional for someone, and that's always going to help with a sale. So when you're doing that, when you're developing your marketing for the year, keep this in mind, right? Now, who to talk to, right? This is one of the hardest parts of reselling. We've all seen service bureaus start up. They think, all right, I got my logo on the software, and now all I need to do is, post it on Facebook, and everybody's just going to flock to me, and I'm going to make a ton of money. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. All right. So there's a few different things you can do. These are all unpaid things, right? There's going to be paid things coming up. First, you want to do is think about the people you know in your immediate circle that like what you do and want to emulate that, right? So do they like the car you drive? Do they like the clothes you wear? Do they like the house you live in? They like the lifestyle that you have, and they want to emulate that, right? You have a way for them to do that through their own service or through their own tax office. Another way we've seen great success with is a tax training course. There's a ton of people that offer tax training courses. Just include the software in the price of the course. Now you're offering free software to someone that's paid for the course, and they're going to use your software because that's all they know. Another one is going to be anyone seeking financial independence, right? I think we all got into this business because we saw how much money could be made. So look for that glimmer in someone else as well. And then also you can go after existing tax offices, right? Talk to those people in your network and see if you guys could partner up. Now you want to pay for something, right? You want to take your leads to the next level. You've exhausted your personal network. You've exhausted all those things we just talked about. What's next, right? First off is social media. Most people are on Facebook. Most people have a social media account. They have a business account, right? And they might even pay sometimes to make a post, more visible. They call it boosting a post. One thing I would say is don't boost a post, right? All that's going to do is get you more likes on that. That's not going to generate any sales. So you want to go in and you want to actually run a lead generation ad, right? So there's a different way to do that. If you don't know, there's plenty of YouTube videos. I'd be happy to show you. There's a lot of folks on this call that would be happy to show you how that works. Make sure your ad is 15 seconds or less, right? That's going to allow the maximum amount of people to see it. If it's more than that, people aren't watching videos on Facebook, right? You guys know we're scrolling through. We go, all right, I'm just moving on. Hit your key points within the first 2 or 3 seconds, right? Really just flash that up there and make a video, right? Don't do a picture with a lot of words. It's not going to get a lot of play. So that's the first way on social media. Second way, Google and Bing, right? Don't sleep on Bing. I've seen a lot of success on Bing ads, but what you want to do is you want to be where people are when they're searching for software, right? So when they type in whatever those keywords are that they're looking for, we want them to find you, right? That's going to have people coming inbound rather than social media where you're pushing that out in their face. And then also referrals, right? Everybody loves referrals. They're a great way to grow your business, but really advertise that you'll pay for referrals, right? You'll pay the person who refers you. Put that out there. Make sure that everybody knows that you're willing to pay to grow your business. Now, you've got leads coming in, right? You've got your social media, you've got your Google, you've got your Bing, you've got referrals coming in. What are you doing with these people, right? How are they being contacted? How are they being onboarded? All that. First thing to look at is automation, right? There's a ton of great automation tools out there. I'll shout out Zapier, right? I have no affiliation with them, but it's a great tool that you can use for a very low price. It's a great entry-level automation tool where you can have a Facebook lead come in, goes right to your email, goes right to a spreadsheet, goes right to your CRM. Whatever you want to do, it'll come right in and it'll happen automatically. Otherwise, you're going to be going in, you're going to be downloading the leads daily. Maybe you forget one day, a lead sits, right? And all this, speed to contact is key, right? If they're filling out a lead form with you, they've probably filled out a lead form with your competitor. So you want to have speed to contact as quick as you can hit that lead. If you can do it within minutes, right? You want to hit them within minutes. The next thing you want to do is have a CRM tool, right? That's called a customer relationship management tool. A lot of folks on here probably use them already. Popular one is Salesforce, HubSpot. There's a few others out there. I know some service bureaus and tax softwares have actually developed their own, right? So check those out. You want to have a place where you can follow up with your leads and remember the last conversation you had, right? As a salesperson, I know when I hang up the phone, I go, I'm going to remember this person for the rest of my life. I'm going to remember everything they said. I'll never forget it. 5 minutes later, I don't remember a thing, right? So you set up a CRM, you have the leads come right into the CRM, and you put detailed notes in there, right? That's going to really be key for your follow-ups. And then you want to consider, how are you doing this, right? Are you going to have yourself make these phone calls? Are you going to have a team make these phone calls, right? And either way, make sure you have specific daily, weekly, and monthly goals that allow you to track your progress, right? So if you're going to make a certain amount of calls a day, over the course of a week, you should hit X number of calls. If you're short of that, then you can see, where you need to pick it up, where you need to adjust. So on that note, we talk about contact strategy real quick. So these are some examples, right? You can do whatever you feel is right, but we always like to hit in the first 10 days. We like to hit them a certain amount of times, right? So that's going to be the key time to reach out to somebody. After that, the lead's going to start to get really cold. Now, the first few minutes are the hottest, right? But sometimes that feels uncomfortable. They just filled out a lead form a minute ago. They're probably not actually ready to talk. So, within a few hours is great. So you can call daily, every other day, find your own cadence, play with this, right? See what works for your customers. We don't all have the same customers. You don't want to be too aggressive, but you don't want to be too passive either. So find that good balance. So other than phone calls, you want to use emails, right? That goes back to that automation software we used. Once they fill out that lead form, how quickly are they getting an email from you, right? I know we all fill out lead forms every day for things, but we're getting emails within minutes. So you can set up those automated emails to hit them right away. When you make a phone call, send an email if you're leaving a voicemail, right? These are just basic kind of sales ideas here. And then look at calls per hour. Calls per hour is a great way to, especially if you're hiring a team, how to keep your team accountable. So I'll tell you what our number is. It's 10 calls per hour, right? You should be able to roughly make 10 calls per hour that you're working. So if you got somebody working 4 hours a day, they should be making 40 dials a day. So if they're short of that, if they're having good conversations, obviously let them have good conversations. But, a lot of times that's just 40 voicemails. So if somebody's falling short of that, you want to be able to see that, make sure that you can enforce that and get them dialing what they need to be dialing. Now, keep in mind with software sales specifically, it's a long sales process, right? Everyone on here has got a software they prefer, and it's very difficult to change someone off of that software. It can take weeks, months, years. It can be a while, right? So don't get frustrated. Like with any sales job, a sales role, right? You're going to talk to a lot of people, and most of them are going to say no, right? If you can get 75% of the people saying no, that's a great number. 25% of conversions is a great number, right?
Así.
So don't get frustrated. So another thing that we say here, I'll kind of show you my shirt here, is call the damn leads, right? I have seen so many service bureaus and groups, they run an ad, they spend all this money, and then they never call the leads. They want to over automate everything, right? They want to make sure that, this flows to this, and then this person gets this, and they're going to get this onboarding spreadsheet. Pick up the phone and call them, right? Pick up the phone, say hello, this is me. This is what I got going on. Have the conversation with them, find out what their problems are, right? If you don't pick up the phone, you're not going to be able to find out their problem, and you're just going to be bombarding them with information, which, going back to story brand, that just makes you the hero in the story. They're going to tune you out. They're not going to hear a word you said, right? So call the damn leads. That's so, so, so important. I've seen people spend hundreds of dollars to just not pick up the phone. It's not worth it. At the end of the day, the phone is still the best way to make contact with people. All right, so now you've sold the client, you've onboarded them, right? They're ready to go. Now customer service, right? We all know that customer service is how you keep a client, right? If you go back to the sports analogy, right? Offense wins games, defense wins championships. Your customer support, that's your defense, right? So the first thing to decide is, do you want to hire a team to do it, or are you going to be partnering with someone else that does it, right? Traditionally in our space, that means you're going to be partnering with a service bureau that has their own support team. They'll let you use that, or you're going to hire and train people yourself, right? So decide that. If you are going to hire your own team, right, either outsourcing or not, don't stretch yourself too thin. The other thing that a lot of service bureaus have is these are commonly single offices or a couple of offices that are now trying to take their business to the next level. Don't lose sight of your main revenue generator, which is still most likely your tax office. That may be a long-term goal, but a short-term goal, what we're talking about here is kind of getting it off the ground. A short-term goal, don't take your eyes off the tax office. So make sure you're bringing in help, you're bringing in people that can, manage your business with you while you're growing your service bureau and continue to grow your tax office. And then make sure you have technology in place to manage those support issues, right? So I'll tell you, we use Salesforce over here at Sigma. It's great. That's how our support team communicates with our sales team, communicates with our onboarding team, our banking team, right? So everybody can see everything that's going on with the account, because there's nothing worse than when somebody calls up and they have to re-explain their problem every single time. We've all been on the other end of that phone call, and it's not fun. So here's some more nuts and bolts, right? Get a phone system. Don't just rely on your cell phones, right? Get a professional phone system that can monitor it and administrated remotely. So there's a lot of great companies out there. You Google VoIP phone system, enterprise phone system, stuff like that. You're gonna find a lot of great phone systems out there. Monitor the calls, right? If you have a sales team working for you, if your customer support team working for you, listen to what they're saying. Well, there's a lot of times you'll catch them saying something that they don't realize is the wrong thing to say, but you do, right? This is who's interacting with your customers. So at the end of the day, this is how you're either gonna keep them or you're gonna lose them. Next thing you want to know is how to train your customer support, right? If you're going to be training them yourself or even your sales team. You might know the software well, but the agents underneath you need to understand it as well, if not better, because they're going to be the ones helping these people, right? These are tax professionals. So a lot of times the folks you're working with, they're going to have a lot of experience, right? And I wrote in here, they can smell BS. We all know what that means when we hear it, right? They can tell, oh, you don't actually know what you're talking about. And if they lose faith in your support team, they're not going to stay with you, right? And then again, handling the follow-up, right? So many issues can't be solved on the first call. So make sure your team is following up with all these issues, right? This is another reason you want your CRM to have really, really detailed notes, right? Set follow-ups. So we don't want somebody to call back in a week later and say, hey, you never called me back. You never fixed my issue, right? We don't want that. So always stay on top of follow-ups. And then make sure you have a strong relationship with your transmitter, right? Since you're reselling software, you're going to be responsible for the problems, but you're not going to have a lot of ways to fix those problems. So make sure that you have a way to escalate issues to the software developers, right? Escalate to whatever needs to be fixed. Make sure you have a strong contact that can get that done, right? So whether you're working directly with a transmitter, you're going through a service bureau, you have a partner, whatever it is, make sure that they have a good contact with the software company. Because there's nothing worse than having a customer who's upset and you can't do anything about it, right? Now, if you're going to hire your own support team, let me start by saying this. If you're going to work with the service bureau, right? Like you're going to work with, say, with tax bureaus, a lot of the great service bureaus out there. If they have their own support team, that's awesome, right? That is well worth whatever cost you're going to pay them in the long run, right? Well worth it to just outsource that support. However, if you're going to look into hiring your own support team, let's look a little bit at what that looks like and when you should be doing it, right? And with this little map, I'm assuming that you're going to have a seasonal support team, right? This is not going to be somebody you keep on all year. If you do that, more power to you. But this is just assuming that. So I'd say in October, right? That's a real timeline. You want to start in October, hire the team and train the team, right? So spend October doing that. Realistically, that could be September as well, right? But what I'm trying to do here is minimize your cost because you're paying them. You're going to start paying them the day they start, and you're not going to stop paying them until the day they leave. So you want to start as late as possible to minimize your overhead, but you also want them to have really, really good training. Okay, so in October, we all know you're submitting bank applications, right? You're getting the software ready to go. So there is going to be work to be done. So that's October. November, December, that's when you want to start registering the software and submitting the bank applications. All right. And then you also want to start installing the software in December, when it gets released roughly. There's all different time periods. But once the software is released, you want your team to get, you start installing it, reaching out, releasing the software if it's web-based, fixing the issues, networking the computers, making sure the printer works, all that basic stuff that a tax office needs. That's November and December. January and February, now you're supporting the tax offices, right? This is prime time for our business. This is when you really want to be working as hard as you can. And support 7 days a week is expected, right? I think every company on here has 7-day-a-week support. It's tough to do, but it is necessary. What I would suggest is that you use a staggered schedule to avoid burnout. So what I mean by that is you can have people working 8 hours a day and just stagger the start times, right? So maybe one person starts at 9, next person starts at 10, next person starts at 11, 12. That way, midday, when you're at the peak of your usage, when people need help the most, you have the most people on. And then as it goes down at the end of the day, you have less people on and you're avoiding burnout that way, right? Now in March, you've made it through the busiest time. Most people have gotten through all their big issues. They know how to do everything now. This is when you're going to either lay people off or alternatively, you can promote them, right? So if you had a great person on your team that really got it this year, a really good people person, promote them into a salesperson, right? Begin to grow your team that way. Otherwise, it's fine to lay them off then, right? Obviously, you want to cut costs as soon as possible. So that's a little bit of a timeline if you're going to be hiring your own support team. So that's your timeline for a successful launch. And with that, I try to keep my time at 20 minutes there. Again, my name is Ian Gardner. If you don't know me, please connect with me. Here's all my ways to connect. If you're not a member already, join the Tax Pro VIP Facebook group. We have a ton of great information in there. This webinar is being shared in there right now. Here's my email, my phone number, all sorts of ways to connect with me. So I would love to talk to you guys. Sigma Tax Pro sells Tax Slayer, Drake, TaxWise, work with all the banks. So that's who we are as a team. With that, I will turn it down. Anybody have any questions or anything they want to ask?
Thank you, Ian. A lot of comments here, great information. Thank you. Wow, this is exactly why I came here to this webinar for. Perfect. Yeah, if there's anything else, please let us know in the chat or raise your hand. I know like Frankie saying this is a super insightful. Hey, Frankie, how's it going? Wow, this is great. This is exactly when we started planning this, Ian. I was like, I gotta get Ian on here real quick and just
I appreciate the invite. Absolutely.
because I know you've been in the industry many years. You talked to a lot of EROs and even service bureaus. So we appreciate your time and your knowledge. And this is what the National Service Bureau Conference and meetings are about. They're about these more experienced service bureaus, directors, professionals like yourself, sharing information, sharing info to everyone who's starting out. Because in the past, I've noticed there's been some friction, like, oh, you have a service bureau, you're my enemy. Yeah. Like, no, like, let's just collaborate and we could all make more money together. So love it, Ian.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Ian.
We'll see you soon. And up next, we have somebody we've known for a while that has launched a new platform, new to me. I think it's been around for a while, but TaxCom is something I discovered in the past year or two. And to tell us more, Scott Dalton is here to go over, it's about technology, but it's a lot about communication. If you have tax clients, which many of you do, if you have a service bureau with tax offices who have tax clients, how do you keep track of all your leads, all your customers, your clients to retain them? Because as you know, Juan, the service bureau game, you got to retain these guys every year.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the main marketing strategies, how to retain your clients. What are some ways that you already do that could be up to date? For example, I'm just going to add this because this is actually really important. I have a friend who owns a tax office and he sends birthday cards every year to his clients. And just by that, you get when they receive something, they keep you on top of their mind. How do you stay on top of the clients or your future income in mind? And one of the great ways to know how to do that is with TaxCom. And with that said, here's TaxCom for you guys.
Yeah, hey Scott, I know Catherine's here with us too. So hi, Catherine. And I don't know when we talked about this topic is, what if you have clients that are not in your town? What if they're across other states? How do you communicate with them? So let's get started. Hey Scott, how's it going?
Hey, great. Yeah, you guys are still in some of my thunder. You're presenting for me here. We should just let you keep going. But also thanks to Ian. That was some great information, some great insights. But also thank you, Tony and Juan and the entire Negozi team. This has been great so far. A lot of great information. Hello, everyone. It's great to be able to share some different ideas and tools to help you communicate with your end clients, as well as just expanding your potential service bureau clients. I'm going to take a slightly different slant and just the standard in-person communication and gears things more toward working remotely with clients and introduce some of those technologies to you. But just in general, talk about communications and some different outreach and kind of expand on what Ian just kind of brought forward. Every interaction between your organization and your clients is a communication touch point. So it's crucial to understand the importance of successful client communication. But of course, on the flip side, poor communication can just be disastrous. It can result in lackluster trust, outcomes, breakdown of the client relationship, and just overall lost revenue, which we're trying to avoid. In many regards, you're competing against do-it-yourself software. We tell our clients all the time that it's so important to communicate your expertise and what you bring to the table. There are many examples of taxpayers leaving money on the table using DIY software, but unless you talk about your expertise to your taxpayers, they don't really know. Just a couple examples. In 2021, if we kind of go back in time a little bit, we had the mid-season unemployment adjustments that depended on some thresholds, would qualify taxpayers for certain credits. Some DIY taxpayers may need to amend their returns. but probably they won't because they either don't know how or they just want to file and check it off their list. Another example, in 2022, we had, among other things, figuring out child tax credit prepayments, amounts received for third-party EIP deposits, and whether or not tax clients wanted to spread their retirement distributions between 3 years or 1 year, just a lot of things. My point is your knowledge and your experience in handling matters like these simply showcase how important you are in this tax profession. If you save a client money, have great communication and customer service, you're going to have that client for life. So let me take you back in time a little bit to March of 2020. Everyone is trying to navigate COVID-19 lockdowns. Are we essential? Are we not essential? Kind of depended on the day. We're all trying to figure out how to meet with clients. We're trying to figure out even if we want to meet with clients. Back then it was still, it was pretty unknown. It was a little scary. This was an interesting time, but I think it also ushered in a little bit of our new normal. In my practice, I only meet in person with about 20% of my clients to this day. This has brought up some great opportunities, but it's also presented some challenges in creating that person-to-person customer service experience that I'm trying to achieve that obviously DIY software can't offer. This is where I want to focus most of my time, talking about different ideas and tools that we have to enhance communication through some of the technologies available to you currently. Some have crossover to in-person client retention as well. Another positive effect, and Tony kind of mentioned this a little bit, is one of the side effects of this new normal of working remotely is clients in your practice no longer have to be limited by geography. We're based in California. In the past few years, I've had many clients that have moved out to different states. In the past, I would have just lost that client. But I've been able to retain those clients and even grow my client list by providing easy to use remote tax preparation tools for the end tax client. Not too long ago, clients were limited to just using tax professionals kind of in their local area. They would come in with their somewhat disorganized stack of papers for us to sort through, and we'd kind of take the tax return from there. But working in person with clients can be really rewarding, and it's kind of fun. Let's face it, we kind of get to know these people. We get to know about their families, what their hobbies are, and the intimate details of their overall finances. If that client moves, they really don't want to find someone new. If you have a good working relationship with them, they would much rather continue that relationship with you. Especially from clients that have moved, I ask for engagement letters, my various newsletters that I include that referrals are appreciated. If you have a good working relationship and have good remote work product, they can be a fantastic client resource. To be able to increase your revenue, you will need great communication tools. There are a lot of tools that can help you receive documents securely, post signature documents, and obtain applicable electronic signatures, video conference with screen presentation sharing, and have overall confidential messaging between you and your tax clients. At the end of the day, whether in person or remote, we're going to need to be able to obtain those tax documents, have those conversations with their tax clients, and just talk about their overall tax year, prepare the return, get the necessary signatures, and provide a completed product for them to have. Through applications like these, we can continue to build those person-to-person client relationships. To take that one step further, and to put our little plug, we have developed our own platform called TaxCom that does all of these things with direct tax program and tax preparation interfaces to make things a lot more streamlined for tax professionals. TaxCom's overall goal was to provide a consolidated platform where with one application you can securely transfer files, obtain electronic signatures, host video meetings, have secure messaging with clients, set tax appointments, present tax returns visually, and process credit card payments for what you're charging them for the actual tax return. At the end of the day, whichever tools you decide to use, they're available and ready to help you boost you into the remote tax preparation arena, as well as even boost some of your in-person streamlining processes. Tax preparations are one of these tools that I absolutely love. In an easy to understand visual presentation designed for the tax client to see a summary of their return. Having and sending this information to the tax client, I usually do it ahead of time, makes that final tax return walkthrough meeting so much easier, and you can just save a lot of time. Having the prior year comparison right in front of them makes the return very visual. We have all had those conversations where clients ask, why do I have to pay more this year versus last year? With clean presentations, it's easier to walk them through that. On screen, being able to show them things like, well, your income went up, but your withholdings went down, or your business brought in more income, so your SE tax is higher, has made these conversations so much easier. But just as important, my tax clients seem to understand the information in a better visual format. So let's take those communication pieces and apply them at a higher level, basically the service bureau level. Now we have multiple offices in different locations with different preparers, all with different proficiency in managing clients, staff, quality of output. Ultimately, you're going to need to be able to gauge those offices' performance. Tax software, service bureau management software can aid you in keeping your finger basically on the pulse of what your tax offices are doing. Are their numbers up or are they down? Do they need help with their communication and training? This office's numbers are down, and why? This office's numbers are up this year, and why, and what can we learn from this particular office? Being able to see these metrics in real time is essential. So if your software has these tools for you, I would recommend highly looking into them, learn where they are, learn how to use them. In addition to some of your higher level totals and per office numbers, most tax software will have per EFIN, per preparer reports, and I would find them in the independent systems and learn what reports and data you might want to have reported to the office managers as well as up the chain to you, the service bureau heads. Whether remote or in person, I send all my clients occasional newsletters, emails and texts throughout the year. Those constant client touches, not just in tax season, are an opportunity to really share your personal commitment to your clients. As a leader of a new service bureau, this will be key in helping your offices grow exponentially. If they have growth, then you also have growth. Last year, I shared information about the new expansion of the energy credits and some insights on Form 1099-K that clients may be receiving. I think things like this are a great way to showcase your firm's knowledge base and how important you are in the industry versus DIY software. Email is great, but it's not nearly as effective as it used to be. But email is virtually free, so I encourage its use. But I also encourage, at least once a year, I recommend going old school and sending an actual mail piece out to your existing clients, asking for referrals somewhere in that mail piece, and expanding that to some of your potential leads that you may have generated and are hopefully in a good CRM. Another great tool is text. Of course, sending a text and letting them know their tax return is done, but it's even better in terms of like CRM or client relations, sending them a happy birthday text or a Mother's Day text. You know, those things can go a long way to just really personalize that client relationship. There are many texting services available. We use one of our partners called Textalent, and they can integrate directly with your tax client list and help you automate some of those text campaigns. So it's a good resource to have. And then just to wrap up, just a couple thoughts. This industry is constantly changing. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. You do bring value to this industry that DIY software cannot. Showcase your value to your clients through your end product, but also through your powerful communication tools, whether that's in person or remote. There are a lot of tools available to tax professionals and service bureaus. I just highly recommend that you dig in, learn them, and utilize them. And with that, Tony, that was all I had. Did you have any questions or?
Yeah, no, great. That's exactly what we were looking for. So we could let people know, like as you said, you could still run an operation that's national with the right tools, right? Without having physical brick offices everywhere and so much more. Is there any questions? Let us know here. I see Maria said great information and tools. Somebody said, how do I follow up? Oh, here we go. I think you have the contact info, Scott.
Yeah, just go to our website, taxcom.net or taxforsystems.com for our dashboard. But yeah, taxcom.net is our main page, and we can post some emails and things in the chat in a minute.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. And TaxCom, TaxWare are going to be part of the National Service Bureau Conference. So you'll see them at other events as well. And in Houston in November for you to be there and ask them the questions that you need. And again, the reason for these meetings is for you to get the tools you need to scale your business, to start a service bureau and be successful in the tax industry. So thank you, Scott, Catherine. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, and then I see Catherine put a 2-week free trial available. Ooh, thanks, Catherine, for that offer. For sure. So you guys could take action now. I was talking to some tax professionals last week, and they said, I'm already getting ready for tax season 2025. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. The last one just ended. They're like, no, well, I'm just softly, attending meetings, discovering products, understanding the landscape. And that's what this is today, right? Being able to see what's out there. So love it, love it. To continue, right before we jump to our next presentation. So our next presentation that we have today is, and there's 3 more and we're done for the day. I know people are asking, hey, what's next? So TaxDome is here with us and I'm going to present them next. But right before, I want to introduce briefly Jess Korick. He's been here for a couple hours. There he is. So the reason, because Jess had a service bureau before, and he exited, he sold it, and he understands the service bureau game. So just wanted you guys to know who he is, and he is a resource for you if you have a service bureau, if you want to start one. Hey, Jess, tell us a little bit about your experience with service bureaus, please.
Yeah, hey, Tony, muchas gracias. Amigos, buenas tardes. How's everybody doing? I know everybody's mute, so I'm going to do a quick exercise, and I promise to keep the conversation under 3 minutes, promise you. So everyone, please unmute. Everyone right now, just unmute. Tony, if you have the power to unmute everyone, just unmute. I see a lot of muted people. I see a lot of muted people.
All unmute. There it is. Ahora sí, dale.
Ahora todos están unmuted? Okay. I want everyone on 3 to scream, show me the money, Jesse. On 3. Show me the money, Jesse.
Show me the money, Jesse.
Otra vez en español. Jesse, muéstrame la lana.
Show me the money. Show me the money. Show me the money.
Okay.
Show me the money.
Thank you.
Show me the money. Show me the money.
Thank you, guys. Did everyone see?
Oh. 1 second, Jess. I think we muted you on accident. Give me a second. Let me unmute you, and you're good to go. There you go.
Okay. So guys, my background basically is insurance and taxes. I've been doing this for 25 years. Okay. O sea que los últimos 25 años he estado en el servicio de seguros y preparación de impuestos. I've been a brand ambassador for companies like Avis Rent-A-Car, LA Insurance, Fiesta Auto, and most recently Walmart Healthcare. Estoy en el ramo de consultas con diferentes compañías como Avis, LA Insurance, Fiesta y Walmart Healthcare. Y ahora desarrollamos un sistema para ustedes. Lo que estamos haciendo, estamos buscando socios, personas como ustedes que puedan ayudarnos con agentes de seguros. La idea es darles a ustedes, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Oh, perdón.
Sí,
La
dale.
idea es darles a ustedes leads, o sea que queremos generar clientes para ustedes. Tenemos ramos de franquicias de seguros, auto, comercial y necesitamos preparadores como ustedes. Tenemos el sistema armado, tenemos ya las relaciones con los bancos y lo más importante es necesitamos preparadores como ustedes que nos ayuden en nuestro service bureau para dar al cliente, que es el agente de seguros, el servicio que se merecen. ¿Preguntas, comentarios?
No, gracias. No, pero una pregunta. Nomás porque estamos hablando de poquito de Service Bureau. Antes cuando tenías tu Service Bureau, ¿cuál era un reto que tenías manejando el Service Bureau?
La tecnología. Como
Mm.
dijo el otro señor, teníamos que instalar el sistema en cada computadora, en cada oficina. Ahora que todo es cloud-based, es más fácil desarrollar un sistema como este. Estamos en un nivel nacional, acabamos de contratar una agencia de seguros que tiene más de 300 locales en Michigan y necesito preparadores que me apoyen con ese cliente. Básicamente les estamos dando a ustedes, los preparadores, free leads para que nos ayuden a preparar los impuestos de estas agencias.
Perfecto, Jess. Gracias. A la gente que quiere conectarse con Jess, que en el chat pongan ahí la info y para que te conectes contigo, Jess. Y van a ver a Jess más porque Jess es un emprendedor. He's in the insurance and the tax industries para que se conecte con él y en la plataforma de negocio va a tener ahí un perfil y hagan business together. Thanks, Jess, for your time and we'll see more of you soon.
Pura vida, Tony. Gracias. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody. So to continue, we have next a great session on more technology, more client communication, e-signatures and IRS transcripts. To our friends at TaxDome are here to give us more information on exactly, how to be able to manage your business and automate. Frankie and Edgar from TaxDome. Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, Tony, thank you for that great introduction. It's going great. I want to introduce myself. My name is Frankie, Francisco, or Pancho, para mis hispanohablantes. Es un gusto realmente poder estar aquí con ustedes. Quiero agradecer primeramente pues a todas las personas, a todos los profesionales financieros que están aquí con nosotros. Realmente es un placer para Edgar y para mí poder compartir este foro con ustedes. Y también me gustaría agradecer a Negoci por crear este tipo de foros en donde podemos reunirnos, compartir nuestras mejores prácticas y ver cómo podemos elevar a nuestras empresas, ¿verdad? Cómo podemos mejorar nuestros procesos. Ahora, a mí me gustaría presentar a TaxDome. Me gustaría decirles un poco de lo que hacemos aquí en TaxDome y cómo podemos contribuir para sus empresas y cómo podemos contribuir a ustedes. Ahora, TaxDome se dedica a simplificar las tareas fiscales y contables dentro de sus empresas, con características innovadoras que capacitan a sus profesionales para gestionar sus flujos de trabajo. Es decir, nosotros nos enfocamos en todas las herramientas que ustedes utilizan actualmente, considerarlas dentro de una herramienta que ustedes pueden utilizar. Ahora, nosotros enfocamos en aumentar su productividad y mejorar la experiencia no solamente de ustedes, pero también de sus clientes. Nos enfocamos en fomentar el crecimiento y el éxito de su firma dentro de la industria. Ahora, más de 10,000 firmas confían en nosotros y más de 5 millones de clientes, y me enorgullece mucho poder decir esto, utilizan TaxDome para comunicarse con su firma contable. Ahora, estamos disponibles en más de 10 idiomas, así que English, Spanish, Italiano, you name it, we probably have it. So it's really a pleasure to be with you guys here today, and me gustaría demostrarles cómo nosotros podemos contribuir con ustedes en vez de decirles. Creo que puedo hacer eso mejor. Y
Perfecto, Frankie.
sí, no quiero parecer político luego nada más prometiendo cosas aquí. Entonces les quiero
No,
enseñar.
Frankie, porque aquí mucha gente son emprendedores y quieren saber exactamente cómo TaxDome les ayuda a ellos a hacer más
Claro,
dinero, a crecer. So this is perfect.
claro. Y no solamente eso, Tony, también ayudarles a ahorrarles tiempo, porque el tiempo es dinero, y más en el ámbito financiero. Entonces, me gustaría que para esto, pues, consideren las tareas que les consumen mucho tiempo dentro de su firma o de su empresa, como la carga de documentos, las firmas electrónicas, o sea, ¿cuánto de su valioso tiempo dedican ustedes a estas actividades? O sea, tienen que organizar visitas en persona con sus contribuyentes solo para entregar documentos o que sus contribuyentes puedan firmar estos. Ahora, amamos a nuestros clientes, pero aparte del tiempo que eso toma, muchos de nuestros clientes son muy platicadores, así como yo, y toman más tiempo. Entonces, nosotros queremos simplificar todos estos procesos y con TaxDome podemos hacerlo en segundos. Y les voy a mostrar, voy a empezar a compartir mi pantalla. Voy a compartir la pantalla de mi celular. De hecho, porque les quiero enseñar algo muy innovador. Con TaxDome nosotros funcionamos como un CRM para que ustedes puedan gestionar la comunicación con sus clientes, pero somos una de las pocas compañías que ofrecen una aplicación móvil para sus clientes. Díganme cuando puedan ver mi pantalla.
Stars is
¿Pueden ver mi
sharing.
pantalla?
Oh, ahora sí. No, ya, ahora
Ok,
sí.
excelente. Miren, pues aquí tenemos dos aplicaciones con TaxDome. Ustedes como dueños de su empresa o de su firma van a tener su propia aplicación, pero en este caso yo me quiero enfocar en la aplicación del cliente. Esta es la experiencia que sus clientes van a tener con TaxDome. Al ingresar al portal, a pesar de que su teléfono esté desbloqueado, les pide el Face ID. Esto los hace sentir muy bien porque sabemos que dentro de esta aplicación hay información sensible. Entonces, y queremos implementar la seguridad con TaxDome. Ahora, tenemos aquí mis negocios, tenemos mi cuenta personal y mi cuenta de negocios, ¿no? Y aquí tenemos la opción para firmar documentos, tan simple y sencillo a través de su aplicación móvil. Tenemos este documento aquí y aquí tenemos la opción de empezar con la firma o negarse a firmar. En este caso, pues obviamente vamos a firmar. Y así de sencillo, pueden dibujar la firma, tienen la opción de dibujarla o tienen la opción de nada más escribir su nombre. En este caso, pues quiero darles la opción de poder dibujar la firma, ¿no? Y así. Y así de sencillo, pueden firmar todas sus solicitudes. 1040s. Todo lo que ustedes necesiten, el cliente lo puede firmar. TaxDome les ofrece firmas electrónicas ilimitadas y tan fácil y sencillo, aquí les estoy pidiendo el nombre y aquí les estoy pidiendo la fecha. Ahora, ya con esto, nuestros clientes firman así de sencillo. Un segundito, Francisco Quintero, ya vi que aquí hay varios Quintero también, aquí hay varios familiares míos. Y ya con esto se finaliza el documento. Y así de sencillo, sus clientes pueden firmar los documentos usando nuestra aplicación. Ahora, esto les ahorra muchísimo tiempo porque siempre tenemos nuestros teléfonos, pero no siempre tenemos nuestras computadoras. O no siempre podemos ir personalmente a la empresa o a la firma para poder encargarnos de todo este tipo de situaciones, ¿no? Y ahora, también, si pueden ver este documento también se lo mandé a mi cliente para que lo firme. Pero el documento está bloqueado porque con TaxDome puedes bloquear un documento con una factura para que el cliente, para poderlo firmar o para poder acceder al documento, pague primero. Y esto lo pueden hacer directamente desde la aplicación. Gestionar pagos, gestionar firmas, gestionar incluso que el cliente cargue un documento es facilísimo. El cliente puede incluso subir un documento usando nuestra aplicación y así de sencillo. Entonces, esto realmente les ahorra muchísimo tiempo y no solamente eso, agrega muchísimo valor para sus clientes, porque si sus clientes están teniendo una buena experiencia con su firma, eso a ustedes les va a crear muchísimo más negocio y eso también es un enfoque que nosotros tenemos. Nosotros queremos que crezcan con nosotros, que crezcan con TaxDome. Y para eso tengo a mi compañero Edgar que él va a continuar a hablarles un poquito de otra de nuestras especialidades que es workflows y cómo podemos hacer que su flujo de trabajo mejore dentro de la empresa. Edgar, eh, Toma la pista.
Claro que sí, cómo no, con gusto. Bueno, primero que nada, gracias por tenernos acá nosotros, un placer. Gracias, Frankie, por también por la información. Juan y Tony, wow, estoy impresionadísimo con el contenido tan valioso que han estado presentando. Estoy realmente impresionado. Me encanta toda la colaboración, todo lo que se comparte, las opiniones. Es realmente fascinante. Bueno, les comparto un poco sobre mí. También colaboro yo con TaxDom. Frankie y yo nos dedicamos a la parte de ayudar a firmas contables de preparación de impuestos a implementar sistemas, soluciones tecnológicas, ¿no? Entonces nosotros nos enfocamos a hacer que nuestros clientes, nuestros usuarios crezcan junto con nosotros y, y bueno, a lo largo de los años hemos aprendido muchas cosas, ojalá que les podamos compartir un poco de ello. Voy a hablar yo específicamente sobre algo llamado flujos de trabajo, que seguramente ya conocen muchos del término. Me parece que en los últimos 2, 3 añitos ha salido mucho eso a relucir, especialmente en redes sociales. Yo creo que se repite mucho el término flujo de trabajo, automatización, escalabilidad. Todas esas son palabras que hacemos pero cada uno yo siento que tiene un significado diferente para los términos, ¿no? Entonces, nada más para que estemos un poco en contexto todos juntos, me gustaría presentarles un poco lo que conocemos nosotros como un flujo de trabajo. Nosotros utilizamos el método Kanban, que básicamente creamos un proceso. De hecho, en TaxDom también tenemos nuestros procesos que están constituidos por diferentes estatus o les llamamos etapas nosotros. Entonces, por ejemplo, para el preparador de impuestos o la firma de preparación de impuestos, ellos tienen un proceso el cual ellos siguen, ¿sí? Casi siempre a pie de letra, pero en muchas ocasiones no tenemos documentación del proceso. ¿Sí? Especialmente en firmas más pequeñas sabemos lo que ocurre, sabemos qué pasa cuando un cliente trae documentos, sabemos qué pasa cuando les faltan documentos, sabemos qué hacemos, sabemos que les marcamos, sabemos que tienen que venir de vuelta, que nos tienen que mandar documentos, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Pero lo que no hacemos es documentar cada uno de estos pasos que nosotros seguimos para proveer nuestros servicios, ¿no? Siento que eso nos hace falta bastante siempre que hablo con nuestros prospectos y clientes nuevos. Entonces, lo que vemos acá en la pantalla, por ejemplo, chicos, es un flujo de trabajo de preparación de impuestos. El flujo de trabajo que yo diseñé acá, yo digo que se superpone con el flujo de trabajo del 80% de los clientes, o bueno, las oficinas de preparación de las que he conocido. Y siempre hay un proceso en el que, por ejemplo, se obtienen documentos, ¿ok? Siempre hay un proceso en el que se revisan documentos para ver si le faltó algo al cliente. Cada uno de estos pasos representa tiempo que a la firma o al preparador, pues le toma tiempo completarse. En un software como TaxDom, nosotros rastreamos o más bien mantenemos control sobre cada estatus y lo manejamos por cliente. O sea, por ejemplo, yo podría tener acá un cliente que se llame, yo le llamé a este cliente ABC Chop House. Estaríamos preparando, por ejemplo, una declaración del 2022 y este cliente, que es representado por esa tarjetita, se va moviendo por mi proceso, idealmente de izquierda a derecha, ¿no? Obviamente, pero mientras se mueve por el proceso, mi equipo y yo tenemos visibilidad no solamente de ese cliente, pero yo puedo utilizar este método para tener, por ejemplo, aquí 100, 200, 500, 1000 clientes, ¿sí? Ahora, hablando un poquito del término que mencioné, escalabilidad. Un flujo de trabajo, si lo pensamos bien, lo único que nos ayuda es tener visibilidad acerca de lo que ha pasado con nuestros clientes, en dónde se encuentra cada cliente, cuántos nos deben documentos, cuántos no nos han firmado, cuántos no nos han pagado, etcétera. Sin embargo, el concepto de escalabilidad viene cuando nosotros implementamos automatización. Tenemos aquí en nuestra plataforma un icono que es este rayito aquí, es este lightning bolt, que si yo le doy clic, por ejemplo, me indica que cuando un cliente pasa a esta etapa, una automatización va a ocurrir. En mi caso, yo asigno una tarea a una persona que revisa los documentos que nos fueron entregados por el cliente. Entonces, ¿esto en qué me ayuda? Que pues cuando mi flujo detecte que el cliente ya subió documentos, el flujo va a mover al cliente automáticamente a la siguiente etapa, le va a avisar a mi personal que ya tenemos documentos del cliente, o me avisa a mí mismo, revisamos y luego ya me manda al cliente a las siguientes etapas del proceso, depende haya sido el resultado que indiquemos en la segunda etapa. Eh, Respecto a la automatización, esto puede ser asignación de tareas, recordatorios para el cliente, pueden ser emails masivos, pueden ser mensajes de texto, pueden ser el envío de un formulario por medio del Internet, pueden ser el envío de una factura, por ejemplo, ¿sí? Entonces, lo que mencionaba Frankie ahorita nos enseñó la aplicación móvil para el cliente. Cuando un cliente, por ejemplo, se encuentra en la etapa de firma electrónica, ¿sí? Nosotros como preparadores esperamos a que el cliente nos firme, ¿sí? Y regularmente nos llega un correo tal vez diciéndonos que ya ha firmado, ¿sí? ¿Cómo hacemos para dar más visibilidad a este tipo de cambios en el estatus de cada proyecto que manejamos? Bueno, usando un método parecido a este en el que el cliente se movería al estatus siguiente y, por ejemplo, podríamos enviar al cliente un mensaje que le diga, gracias por firmar. Ahora vamos a transmitir su declaración al IRS. Entonces, esto nos ayuda mucho, mencionaba Frankie, a manejar y a ahorrarnos tiempo administrativo principalmente, me parece. Para el preparador como tal, yo digo que hace que cuando uno implementa tecnología como esta, hace que el negocio casi que no tenga límites, ¿no? La capacidad se multiplica muchísimo, muchísimo. Ahora una cosa nada más para terminar, chicos, quería hablarles sobre el CRM que mencionaba Frankie. Nuestra plataforma que está hecha para ser el sistema operativo de la firma, el sistema operativo del negocio. O sea que queremos que tanto el preparador como los clientes, el contribuyente, utilice la plataforma para comunicación, documentos, colaboración, pagos, etcétera. Todo en un solo lugar, ¿sí? A uno como cliente no le gusta estar usando muchas herramientas, muchos recordatorios, o sea, o recibir 5 correos de 5 plataformas diferentes, que en una tengo que pagar, que en otra tengo que firmar, que en otra tengo que subir documentos, ¿sí? Entonces, para facilitar y disminuir la fricción que hay en el cliente, en la experiencia del cliente, lo menos que yo pienso que podemos hacer es ofrecerles una cantidad reducida de herramientas digitales que nos ayuden a ambas partes a ser mucho, mucho más eficientes, ¿no? Muy bien. Acá nada más quería mencionarles que algo muy común, y de hecho me vino a la mente ahora que mencionaban las herramientas de tecnología, es que siempre algo primordial en una firma de preparación es la comunicación masiva. ¿Ok? Entonces yo inmediatamente pensé, me vino la idea en mostrarles que es muy sencillo utilizar plataformas como TaxDome. No solamente TaxDome, hay muchas que ofrecen lo mismo para mandar emails masivos. Por ejemplo, yo podría muy fácilmente en mi CRM sacar una lista de mis clientes personales, los 1040, seleccionarlos a todos y mandarles a todos un correo que diga feliz año, estamos aceptando clientes, ¿sí? Entonces, hacer todo esto en una sola herramienta no solamente nos ayuda a ahorrar tiempo cuando hagamos las cosas, sino que nos ayuda a ahorrar tiempo cuando crezcamos, cuando haya que entrenar al staff, cuando haya que entrenar a los clientes, relacionarlos con las aplicaciones que utilicemos digitales. Y bueno, obviamente nos ayudaría a hacer o crear un negocio que sea escalable, que es que podamos crecer con mucha mayor facilidad y utilizando menos capacidad por cliente. Muy bien, chicos. Nada más para terminar la presentación y cubrir un poquito sobre lo que mencionábamos acerca de los transcritos, los transcripts del IRS. Como toda plataforma, todo en uno, como el sistema operativo de la firma de preparación, obviamente nosotros ofrecemos también una integración con el IRS que les ayuda a los representantes, bueno, a los preparadores, a poder utilizar su IDME, su cuenta con el IRS, bueno, para poder sacar esos transcritos de los clientes y tenerlos todo en un solo lugar sin tener que hacerlo de la manera tradicional. Ya me estoy seguro que muchos utilizan esa tecnología, ya tiene algún tiempo de estar disponible para todos. Ahora el siguiente paso, en vez de usarla directamente desde el sitio de la IRS, hay herramientas digitales que ya integran todo en un solo lugar, ¿sí? Todos sus documentos que ya el cliente nos ha entregado, junto con todos los transcritos, todo en un solo lugar, bien organizado, tanto para el cliente como para ustedes. Bueno, chicos, ya con eso terminaré nuestra presentación. Lo único adicional que hay que decir es que de nuevo les agradecemos mucho el tiempo, la verdad, la oportunidad de colaborar con
Sí.
ustedes. Cualquier pregunta que tengan, tenemos un programa de asociados, el cual ustedes pueden registrarse. Obviamente queremos que nos ayuden a crecer así como queremos que crezcan ustedes. Tenemos un programa en el que se pueden registrar como profesionales, como consultores de la plataforma. Cada día nos llegan docenas de solicitudes de personas que quieren implementar y buscan profesionales en la industria, como ustedes que hablen español, que hablen diferentes idiomas, para que les ayuden con su configuración.
That's right. And I just want to, for our English speaking partners that are here, we have a partnership program with Taxome that we, by you recommending our practice management software, we help you with marketing assets, little events and other assets, which will help you generate revenue as a Taxstone partner. Now, our Taxstone partners generate anywhere from 5 to 10K per month. So, I mean, an additional 5 to 10K per month definitely sounds nice, right? So, and this by just showcasing Taxstone or promoting Taxstone within your networks, and just showcasing everything that we offer. And we believe that it's a great tool that can definitely elevate anybody's firm, and we want to contribute to your success as a partner and also as a firm.
Yeah, thanks, Frankie. And that's amazing because so if you have a service bureau, say, yeah, and you have like say 20 offices that you serve with your service bureau that you resell tax software to, you could introduce Taxstone, for example, and 20 times 5,000, that's $100,000 a month. That's new money, so that's interesting. That's cool.
You hit it down the nail, Tony. I can tell that you're good with math. I mean, you're definitely in the financial industry. You got that like that.
Yeah,
No.
I'll connect you with like Enamel and a few people that we know for sure. And also just letting you know, so Maria Chavez, she's here. Hola, Maria. She's our member success rep colleague, and she works with members every day. So for everybody here, Maria is the one that usually gets questions from tax pros and our members saying, hey, introduce me to a automation tool or a software or a bank. So you'll be knowing her, and also mi colega Antonio Quintero también trabaja con muchos partners. So, ¿ves? Ahí están los primos.
Quintero, mi primo. Hey, primo. Nice to meet you both. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be with here with you.
Yes,
Yeah,
likewise.
so
Thank you.
thank you, guys. Yeah, so perfect. So this is it. So I'm excited to have Taxstone is a new partner with us as well. So you'll be seeing them throughout the summer, in the fall, throughout the year. So thank you, guys. Talk soon. Continuing here, 2 more sessions. I know we're a little over time, so we don't want to take up too much time. And look, people are still with us. They're eager to learn. So we're gonna go now right into learning from somebody that's been in the industry for many, many years, somebody I've known for a while. He's gonna tell us his trajectory and why you want to set up your service bureau to scale and possibly be acquired and be bought. And in addition, he's going to also tell us about his software and what he does. So after we hear from him, then we have a little panel and we are done for today. So let me introduce Ernest Flores from TaxSlayer Pro. Ernesto, how's it going?
I'm good. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate everything you've done to help us show our services and our brand to your audience. I'm very, very pleased to do that. Thank you to Juan. Thank you to Antonio. And really, I know we're pressed for time, so I'll just kind of talk to your folks. And the market that I want to talk to right now is the individual that is considering jumping to the service bureau market. In other words, they want to become a service bureau. We obviously have a lot of successful service bureaus here today, but I want to kind of come a little bit lower than that to the person that's considering, should I or how can I become a service bureau? And first of all, I want to talk with, my history in this industry since 1993. I actually started as a service bureau with a service bureau, Tax Refund Express here in Houston. And we did very, very well for 10 years. So well that we bought our vendor, Vortex Software, in 2003. And then 5 years later, we did so well, we were acquired by TaxWise. At that point, I went to work with one of my clients as a service bureau using TaxWise. That first year, we did about 53,000 bank products with them. And then we added another software, TaxSlayer, in 2009. And we were able to do another 23,000 bank products with them. I then left my partner, and TaxSlayer wanted to hire me in 2010. So I came to work with them, and I've been with them ever since. And I'm very, very happy to be with TaxSlayer. That being said, we run across a lot of folks that say, I want to be a service bureau. And you ask them, they say, well, because I've got two people that want to come work with me. And you have to qualify them and say, well, that's not really a good reason or a good plan to jump into the service bureau field. You know, you probably might want to look at being a multi-office, get a couple of EFINs, you hire those people and grow your business. If you don't have a good business plan, you're probably going to go down the wrong path and lose not only time, but you're going to lose money. And so if you're a successful tax preparer, you do not want to jeopardize that revenue stream. Okay. Once you run across the person who has the business plan and has the ability to sidestep and focus on the service bureau opportunity, you have to see what are the challenges that I'm going to encounter as a service bureau. So number one is, do I have the ability to step back from my tax preparation to focus on my service bureau? In other words, a lot of preparers are kind of locked in to being a preparer to their clients, that they may not have the time or the resource to go out and start looking at growing and creating a service bureau opportunity. In addition, you have to invest, obviously, resources. Are you going to hire people to become your support team? You're going to have to upgrade your hardware. You may need a training location. So all of these things are going to require money that you'll have to set aside in that venture. And then, of course, marketing. Nobody knows who you are right now. So you're going to have to do, and Ian did a great presentation on how to gain market share and attract people to come look for you. But you have to have a proven path to success in order to get them to trust you. Once you have all those things, you're looking at what are the rewards for all this work I'm going to put in? Well, there's revenue streams that you make from a service bureau opportunity. And a lot of you existing service bureaus already know this. And I won't hit all of them, but I'll hit just some of the key ones. Obviously, the first one is reselling the software. You buy it at a cost, and then you send it, sell it to your downline, different costs to different targets. It's a high volume user, you negotiate. If it's not, full pop. Okay. You add a service bureau fee. You're going to provide a service, you want to charge a fee for that. So you add a service bureau fee, and that can be pretty much you name that cost of that fee to each individual ERO. You can upgrade the transmission and tech fees that we charge you. So if we charge you $24, you may want to charge $35, $40, $45. That's up to you. That's your profit. Make sure your just value is worth what you're charging. And then finally, the last one I'll give is rebates. You get rebates from the software based on your volume, productivity on bank products, as well as rebates from your participating bank. So those are revenue streams that you can get if you want to share the love and give some of that back to your most performing, top performing users. You're more than welcome to do that, but that's up to you. That's not up to us. We give you the money, you disperse it as you see it accordingly. Now, what are the solutions once you agree to, well, this is what I want to do, now how do I do it? And there's been plenty of information from the other presenters as to how to grow that. And it's been very, very helpful by these successful providers. But what I want to focus on is what TaxSlayer in particular can offer for service bureaus. It's been mentioned several times about going online versus desktop. And I agree wholeheartedly. Although we still provide a desktop platform, I'm 100% on a service bureau utilizing an online platform. And this is why, just to read a couple of notes to you. Number one, online access gives you the ability to log in from anywhere. So you can be in the country, out of the country, in your office, out of your office. And COVID was mentioned earlier, one of the best, I guess, silver linings as to showing why you need that accessibility from outside of your office so you don't have to pick up your hardware and take it home. Secondly, from a support standpoint, there's no install, there's no networking, there's no updates, there's no hard drive crashes to worry about. Those are resources that would eventually come to your support team in a desktop environment that you don't have to worry about. So that's eliminated altogether. The online product does all of that for you. In fact, if you're working on an online platform and your computer goes out, you just go to the next computer, log in, and pick up where you left off. No need for a support call to the service bureau. Okay. The other thing it offers to you is the levels of administrative to the site that's on the street doing the work. So with our platform of ProWeb, you have a company level or an admin level, and then you have the office levels that are doing all the work. Company level is basically your admin. You set up your configurations, you lock your users in with your fees. If in some cases, if they don't pay your fees, you can turn them off just like that. So guess what? You'll get a phone call pretty quick. Hey, how much do I owe you? How can I take care of that? So you have total autonomy into managing your locations. In addition, if you want to look at any return that's been generated by any office, even if it's not directly yours, you can look at those offices. And on the ones that are your offices, you can even create checks and balances by which you can hold them for review before they're submitted. You have total control of every office and every return within those offices. The company level also gives you like I said, the ability to make changes as you see fit, to scale it to the growth that you are going to grow to. You don't have to worry about adding more people for admin, adding more people for support. You're doing everything with a minimal amount of people and resources and gaining maximum opportunity. From the office level, these are the levels that actually do the taxes, the street level. They have the ability to set up their own configurations as well within the software and customize their preparers, give them their roles. They all have a secure login that includes MFA that'll send a code to their phone or to their email, so you know whoever's in is actually that person. And then you can customize the access and give other people more rights to the program or fewer rights to the program based on their role within that office. Just a few things more. You can create multi-generational sub-service bureaus. So if you're a service bureau and you have an office that has multiple locations and they're growing, then they can become their own mini service bureau second generation. And so they have their own reporting capabilities for their circle of offices, of which you'll have, of course, as well. But they can then white label the software to their needs. And so now they're doing exactly what you're doing, but on a different level, a different hierarchy. And so you grow the business that way. You wholesale it rather than retail it, is what I always say. Now, some of the product features, and then we'll finish. Online being ease of use. It's not a difficult program to work with. Very, very easy, common sense approach on the navigation. We give you a branded mobile app capability. So your mobile app for remote, we have people talking about remote access to the product or remote customers that aren't in your immediate area. They have access to a branded app that will have that preparer's name and logo, and driven by Ethan. Once they fill out the information and hit submit, it'll park itself inside the software and wait for them to open it up. So as was mentioned earlier, there's no longer a liability when somebody moves away from your office. Customer portal as well. They want to use their computer versus their phone. Same thing with the portal. Our customer portal is free, no charge for using that. Also, we have an English and Spanish interface. So if you like to show the monitor to your client, and they prefer to see it in Spanish, 2 clicks, the screen's in Spanish. So it's a convenient feature and it helps get referrals for you as well. We also have a conversion for most of the major software packages. So we can convert that prior year data, put it into the following year with very minimal input to add to that. Signature pad compatible, as well as scan and store. Low fees, everybody's concerned about their fees. How much am I going to pay? Very, very competitive, very aggressive rebates. In closing, because I know we're finishing up early, or trying to finish up on time. I will be at all the trade shows. I intentionally wanted to give this as very minimal as possible to generate your interest and have you call me. My phone number, my cell phone is available 7 days a week, 832-573-1547. I'm old school. I'm not about a lot of PowerPoint presentations, but please forgive me on that. 832-573-1547. My email, eflores@taxslayer.com. I will be at the Orlando and San Diego Negoci meetings, but I will also be at the 5 IRS trade shows as well. So please look for me. Y con eso, I relinquish my time back to Tony.
Thank you, Ernest. Yeah, this is exactly this is great. Thank you for that information and being able to let everybody know that it is possible, right? With your experience, you could grow so big, you could buy a software, and then you can be acquired, and now with all the features of TaxLayer Pro and everything you offer. And again, one of the reasons this is really powerful, the Service Bureau meetings and conferences, is the actual people, right? The Ernest Flores or the Ians or the Namos, everybody here, you guys have a lot to offer. So I'm going to add your email and your phone number to the chat so people could reach you. And definitely you're going to see more of Ernest Flores. And if you have questions, don't be shy. Si tienes preguntas de Ernest sobre su experiencia como director de Service Bureau o como un mentor, he could definitely be there to help. So thank you, Ernest. We'll see you soon for sure. Perfecto. So, antes de continuar y terminar, no sé si tenemos un panel más y terminamos. El último panel es Marketing and Selling Your Bank Products. Pero antes le paso la voz a Antonio Quintero. Antonio, no sé si tienes a alguien más que está aquí con nosotros que quiere saludar o cualquier anuncio.
No, por ahora no, Tony. Podemos continuar con el último panel.
Perfecto. Para este panel tenemos aquí diferentes personas. So it'll be in English. We have with us from Drake Software, one of our great software partners, Chip Godwin. He's going to be on the panel. Hi, Chip. How's it going? We're going to...
Going well. Going well.
Great to have you. Thanks for making it till the end here. We have a lot of eager people to learn. We have with us from All Tax Solution, señor Jorge Ramírez. ¿Cómo está, señor Ramírez? Y su equipo, his whole team is here. So, no sé si usted quiere participar en el panel, Jorge o alguien más, pero we're all here. Oh, creo que está en mute. No lo escuché. I mean, you're not on mute, pero...
Ángel y yo estamos disponibles.
Ángel, perfecto. Perfecto. También tenemos a Jesse y Jonathan from Refundo.
¿Cómo va todo?
How's it going, guys?
Buenas tardes. Muy buenas tardes.
Yes.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes. We have Enamel Khan, who's going to also chime in during this panel. Thank you, Enamel. Good to see that you're still here till the end. I love that. Thanks. And Efraín Santos was also going to join us. Let me see. Let me look at the cameras. No sé si está aquí. Efraín Santos from Simple Lead. If not, no worries. Pero perfect. So this panel is going to be more of a charla, more of a conversation, about 10, 15 minutes. So you could see who's in the industry, what they have to offer, and also their experience. So it's right to the point, right? A lot of the reason why we're here today is to not only discover tools and resources, but also to learn, how do I make more money this year, next tax season? How do I grow my business? How do I hire a few key people that are going to be producing for me, sales, marketing, and how do I make more money with the same infrastructure, right? So that's basically a fast way to grow your profit margins, is using your existing team, your existing products and infrastructure and operations, but offering your clients something new, right? Something that is going to have them pay more. So bank products are a hot topic in the Service Bureau game, as I like to say. And to learn about how to market and sell bank products, we have this panel. But before I even talk about how to market and sell bank products, Chip, can you explain what is a bank product? For most people know, but just to really set up the conversation here, Chip.
Yeah, I would say this group probably knows more than anybody else as far as that goes. You guys have, there's a lot of names on here I recognize from a long time in this industry doing this. So, but in essence, it's just the easiest solution is it's a way for someone to pay their prep fees out of their refund, right? The IRS doesn't facilitate that in any way, shape, or form. So our bank partners that are out there in the industry, like Refundo and the other big partners that are out there, all have a product that can be leveraged to allow you to collect your prep fees and some, that's a great time to upsell other things enroll that all in there, other services that you might provide throughout the season and get it all paid when they have money. That tax refund tends to be a very big check for a lot of these people.
That makes sense. No, perfect for that to set up that conversation. And to continue, so with Drake Software, obviously you guys have a lot of service bureaus you guys support and work with. What's one of the ways you guys kind of position bank products with them? Do you guys just have them speak directly to the banks, or do you guys also are you guys partake in that conversation?
We tend to take an arm's length approach as a company, right? We have multiple bank partners, and we don't want to look like we're preferential for one over the other. We don't want to downplay somebody. And I think that's the beauty of the bank partners that are in the industry, is that they've sort of niched into different areas in some aspects, broad scope. They all do roughly the same thing for their main products. And then they have some intriguing little side products or approaches to how they do it, and services they provide, marketing on the side, or help you do certain things. So usually what I always have encouraged is like, hey, call Jonathan at Refundo, call so-and-so at Republic, call so-and-so at TBG, talk to them and see who you like, what they're going to do for you as well. Cause they can better explain their programs than I can. I don't want to fumble around and promise something then Jonathan has to go fulfill either. So.
Perfect. No, and thank you, Chip, because like to some people that is like, oh yeah, that's common sense. But to others that are just entering the service bureau industry or game, they're like, okay, now I understand, right? As a software companies, there's different options.
One of the things I'll say, Tony, over the years of doing sales with Drake, and dealing with people who are starting service bureaus out, is sometimes they want to offer everything. And I think you can get a little bit lost in the weeds with that. And I would say maybe focus on one or two banks early on. When you get, as big as Ernest was at some point, I'm sure he had, multiple bank partners in that regard, and can work with that because you can bring enough volume. But from a negotiation standpoint, all that, you probably want to try to focus on one or two that meet your needs. Just my 20-year experience of dealing with that, seeing the ones that have succeeded have sort of kept that focus narrow instead of trying to be all things to all people.
That's some really, really good feedback on that. And that's a good segue to add here, Jonathan and Jesse at Refundo. A question for you guys. So when you guys do work with service bureaus, do you guys tend to encourage them to just choose one bank as an easy go-to-market, or is there some service bureaus that do 2-3 banks? What's your, I know you're obviously like, you should use Refundo, but from like an objective kind of point of view, what have you seen, Jonathan?
Oh, absolutely. Here at Refundo, obviously our first thing is we want them to use us. We provide a pretty neat tool belt for these service bureaus to help them grow, get them to the next level. But we always tell them, as a service bureau, you have different customers. You might have an office that's used to using Santa Barbara, or another one using MetaBank. We don't want to pull the business from there if that customer is already used to and accustomed to using that bank. So we want the business, but if you're happy there, use them as a bank. That's what we preach to our service bureaus. Work with whoever you're happy. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, because you're basically looking out for them and their best interests.
It's customer first. Obviously, we want to continue to grow, but when you're honest to your customer and you tell them, hey, don't put all your eggs in one basket. This bank might work better for this customer that's new. This one might work, Refundo might work better for you if you're looking for different options, different tools. So yeah, again, it's all about the customer. As long as the customer is happy, there's always going to be that referral for us. And we'll continue to grow that way. We've been successful at it until this day.
No, perfect. Thank you, Jonathan. And I'll go back to you guys, and I'll have Jesse speak here in a bit. But before that, I want to preguntarle en voz bilingüe al señor Jorge y a Ángel. Ustedes son un service bureau. Explique un poquito, señor Jorge. Ustedes como service bureau son exitosos, han estado por aquí muchos años. ¿Qué es un consejo para, primero, habla un poquito de All Tax Solution para que lo conozcan, y segundo, el consejo para alguien que va empezando su service bureau?
Bueno, gracias Tony, y gracias un saludo a Chip Gadwin y a toda la audiencia. Nosotros comenzamos este negocio en el año 2001 con 12 agencias, solamente en el área de Nueva York, en el Bronx específicamente. En este momento tenemos alrededor de 250 agencias en 20 estados de la Unión Americana, pero esta no es una carrera de velocidad, es una carrera de resistencia y donde hay que anteponer la ganancia para el servicio. Es la filosofía del Tax Solution. Primero el servicio, que la gente que viene con nosotros a formarse tenga una formación integral, que pueda cumplir con las leyes federales, estatales y locales, pero no vemos una ganancia inmediata, porque esto es una siembra, una cosecha y es con el tiempo definitivamente. Hoy en día hemos crecido mucho, tenemos un equipo de 12 personas en support, bilingües, y tenemos mucho para ofrecer tanto a las agencias de impuestos como a las personas que quieran ser un service bureau. De hecho, ya tenemos dos que están bajo nuestra, como quien dice, un master service bureau o un main service bureau, que están comenzando con nosotros. No sé si Ángel quiere agregar algo en inglés para la audiencia.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi, Tony.
Hello.
So I'm just gonna try to translate and what Jorge has said right now. So we have been in the industry since 2001, and so far we have around 250 agencies throughout the United States, and we have been growing, and we are planning on we have a plan for expansion to keep expanding, to keep offering quality service for our clients. And so yeah, basically that, Mister.
No, perfect, perfect. Thank you, Ángel. Thank you, Ramirez. Y ahorita regreso con ustedes una vez más. Let me bring in Enamo Khan, because did you say Enamo 37 years you've had a service bureau? Oh, I think you're on mute. Sorry, go ahead. You're on mute.
Good. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
One of the co-founders of TaxWise in 1987, I was having lunch in one of the conferences, and he sat next to me, and he was talking to me, and I said, "What do you do?" I said, "Well, I'm trying to open a tax preparation business." He said, "Well, why don't you become a reseller of my product?" And this is how I started in 1987. So I've been with TaxWise ever since, and we have Service Bureau for that many years. Went through a lot of ups and downs and learning process. We're mentoring several groups of people who are interested in becoming Service Bureau. Our program is basically 3 years with us, and then we let them go when they're fully trained in that situation.
And what's your experience? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I heard Chip mention that at the beginning, don't try to get involved with too many banks. That's my own experience. From a management standpoint, it was very, very difficult. And after all these years, I do business with TPG only at this point, because from following up on different issues, we're somewhat confused. Middle of tax season, you don't want to be confused. So
okay.
I suggest start with one or two, probably one, and then gain the experience, and then you can do if you have the infrastructure set up to handle that.
Got it, Enamo. Thank you. And what's your advice for people that are starting out the service bureau? I noticed lately in the past 5-6 years, more people have been starting service bureaus. Is that a trend you're also seeing? Is that good? Is that bad? What do you think?
I'm seeing that, and I agree with one of the presenters. If you have 2 offices, don't try to open a service bureau, because you're asking for trouble. You'll be wasting your time and money. So I would say have sub offices and become the main office, and eventually you can grow to a point that where you can sustain a service bureau operation. So
Perfect, perfect. Thank you for that that advice. And I'm gonna bring it back to Refundo. I see Emilio joined us. Hey, Emilio,
Hey,
how's
what's
it
up,
going?
guys? A lot of
Nice.
respect for Emmanuel Khan himself. I think he's the only one on this panel that's known me since I was a teenager. Maybe Ernesto as well. Senor,
He's my nephew, if you don't know that.
30 years plus, man. We've been in this business for a long, long time.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's exciting. I know I met you guys sometime back around the same time back in the day. So it's good to see we're still in it. We're still live on Zoom together. Love it, love it. And a question regard for the Refundo crew, for Jesse also, regarding marketing. So if you have a service bureau and you want to really get your brand out there, what do you recommend, Jesse? Do you just attend a bunch of like tax forums and exhibit? Do you do some Facebook ads? Do you send an email blast? What do you guys think for marketing your service bureau?
So you always have two routes. You can go the organic marketing route, or you could do the paid marketing route. Obviously, the paid marketing route will give you more immediate results, and that's what tax professionals tend to like to see quickly. But I like to really use the foundation as that organic piece. It's a lot of sweat equity. It's a lot of effort that you put on your end, but it creates the foundation of what your ecosystem can essentially look like. And so when it comes to like marketing and selling bank products, you want to be able to think of like that target audience. And so really dive deep into that target audience. Think about where they like to hang out, what are their hobbies, what are their interests, and even beyond that, consider like those psychographics and say like what are their limiting beliefs, what are their desires, like what do they want to achieve. And the deeper you kind of go into that, the more you'll be able to really speak to those things when you start to create content. And so in speaking with a lot of tax professionals, that tends to be a roadblock, right? Because they're thinking like, what kind of content do I create? I don't really like to be on video, but these are the things that are necessary because you are the face of that brand, right? And so, especially with something as important as tax preparation and things like that, you want to be able to showcase what you know and kind of prove your expertise through content, and I think that's very important. And so when it comes to bank products specifically, like think about your target market. How many people are aware that bank products even exist? How do you even share that? Or how are you transparent in how you're talking about costs, right? Because when they say, oh, you can pay your tax preparation fees through the refund, people are thinking, I don't have to pay anything up front. What's the catch, right? So the more transparent you are through your ads and the way that you kind of speak to these like through video and through different graphic pieces, I think that's essential. And one thing that we've been able to use within Refundo, which is kind of like training wheels for tax professionals who are afraid to be on video, because you really don't know what to say, or you're thinking about how you look on camera. There's a really, really cool app called the Get Captions app. And so what you can essentially do is, especially using ChatGPT as well, kind of leveraging some of those things, but you can upload a script into the Get Captions app, and it kind of, there's like a teleprompter within it. And so you can essentially start to read the script as you're kind of going through the video. But what's really cool afterwards is they have like an AI enhancement because it's partnered with NVIDIA. And essentially right after the video is done, essentially in the beginning, you're reading the script, but afterwards you can do this AI enhancement where it's literally like a toggle. And then all of a sudden your eyes are fixated on the camera. So you're not really doing that in the beginning, but it kind of transforms it in the end to where it feels a little bit more personable, obviously with the eye contact. So I highly recommend tax professionals to engage with organic pieces of marketing and making sure you can start to build that foundation, because if once you do, it's really, really easy to start to scale because people are seeing you as the thought leader in that space.
Yeah, yeah, like no, thank you, Jesse, for that information and that feedback. Because I know I've seen you guys have great, awesome campaigns for Refundo. I've seen the emails, I've seen the social, and that information of that tool is exactly what we need to hear, so we could discover these things and try them out and see if they work.
Absolutely.
So that works. Let's talk about sales, ventas. Al señor Jorge Ramírez, ¿qué usted piensa, señor Jorge, sobre si tienes un service bureau y estás empezando, ya lo quieres crecer? ¿Cómo haces ventas? ¿Qué haces? ¿Nomás agarras un vendedor y a trabajar, o quieres tener gente que esté entrenada, le das a 20 clientes por un vendedor. ¿Qué es su approach en sales, en ventas, señor Jorge?
Definitivamente la capacitación es la clave de esta industria, porque vemos diariamente que mucha gente que quiere entrar en esta industria compran una computadora y compran un software y comienzan a meter información, pero esa es una manera equivocada. Tenemos que tomar esta profesión como lo que es, capacitándonos desde un principio para tener el cabal cumplimiento de todas las leyes. Entonces, nosotros a nuestra gente, porque también somos autorizados por el IRS para dar el curso de impuestos y llevarnos de la mano, no por el negocio, lo reitero, primero el servicio. Porque si nosotros servimos a nuestros clientes, servimos a nuestra comunidad, servimos a las personas que quieren ser un service bureau, no tenemos otra cosa que transmitirle lo que hemos hecho durante más de 20 años, que es lo que nos ha permitido llegar hasta el sitial donde estamos. Nosotros no
Sí, sí.
ofrecemos un software, que es Drake, por cierto. Nosotros ofrecemos un All Tax Solution Package, que es un paquete de soluciones para que la persona inicie su negocio, desarrolle, mantenga y prospere su negocio de una forma totalmente dentro de los lineamientos, ya te digo, federales, estatales y locales.
Ok, oh, es muy interesante lo que está diciendo. So, usted usa, por ejemplo, Drake como su core software, pero agrega más servicios si es lo que ven.
Así es, nosotros le ofrecemos un monitoreo que es Ninja. La atención, como ya no damos clases en vivo, es personalizada a través de la computadora y le ofrecemos un monitoreo a su computadora. Le ofrecemos un respaldo en la nube, no solamente de su database de clientes, sino le protegemos todo su negocio. Porque si el negocio pierde su computadora, pierde su servidor, pierde todo el negocio. Entonces, le damos muchas herramientas, no solamente el software, herramientas para que pueda desarrollar, mantener y hacer crecer su negocio. Y obviamente mantener su credibilidad y de sus clientes a la vez.
Perfecto, señor Jorge. And let me bring in, this is a good time to bring in Chip. So, as Jorge was mentioning, Chip, he uses Drake software in a service bureau, but he also does other services. How do you, Chip, how do you support people like Mr. Ramirez and their service bureau? I know Drake has a team, like a tech team and a support team, support service bureaus?
Yeah, we have some dedicated account managers that to help with that, especially someone who's been in as long as Jorge has been in here and as large as he is. So he has, it makes it streamlined, right? He has a problem or something, and one of his people have a problem, they call him, and he has a direct person basically. He doesn't have to try to find, someone he can reach out to. He has a direct person his team can reach out to really work on that. Someone with a lot of experience with Drake who can do those sort of things. And I picked apart, I don't understand Spanish 100%, but I think one of the things he was driving at, I would really reiterate, and I think it was mentioned, I think Ernest can probably vouch for this, Jess over there can vouch for this. The biggest thing if you're starting a service bureau, trying to build it, is you want to make sure you're doing something more than just reselling the software, right? If they can get what you're getting, if they can get directly from the software provider like Drake, what you're offering, and you're not doing anything else, they're eventually going to be like, why am I paying this extra fee, right? So I'm sure Emilio's been around a long time. You guys have seen it. People start, they sort of just do that, and then after a year or two, they maybe fizzle out because they never offered any of these other services. Not just helping get your business running. The ideas you need to do, the extended support hours, right? I mean, Drake is obviously known for great support, but it is capped. There's sometimes we don't pick up the phone because we're not available Saturday evening, after 6 o'clock on the East Coast. If the taxes are still happening, you guys are still busy. So they know, okay, I can call Jorge, I can call my office. That's a value add right there. All the other things that All Tax provides that, the others that you as the successful service bureaus, to a T, the ones I've met, that has been the number one thing that has helped those service bureaus succeed is finding all those little gaps, training, tax knowledge, right? That weird tax situation. That's probably the biggest thing any of us getting into this industry have ever heard from someone. They're nervous about, or they're scared of getting hurt by the IRS, right? I mean, that's why people come to us as tax preparers and hire us anyways. They don't want to deal with the IRS directly. They're afraid they're going to mess up. They've heard the horror stories, things like that. They come to us because of our knowledge. Well, same thing. If I'm a tax preparer, I've heard lots of first-time tax preparers wanting to get in, but they're scared. They're afraid of the IRS, right? They're afraid they're going to mess up and they're going to get thrown in jail. I'm like, well, okay. I mean, you have to do something pretty egregious. Usually not an accident there. It's usually an intention to do anything like that. But that's where the service bureau really shines, right? Is taking those people that are nervous and like, no, we've got the training to help you out. We've got the tax knowledge to back you up. Jorge, how long have you been in doing taxes?
¿Por cuántos años has estado, Jorge? Como 20 años más que no, haciendo impuestos. Oh, you're on, está en mute. Está una vez.
Perdón, desde el 2012 estamos con Drake.
2012 with Drake, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you've been in the industry a long time, so.
Pero antes de eso,
that wealth of knowledge that comes out of that, of all those tax experiences that him and his team have been through across multiple states and all of that, that is such a huge value add from a service bureau's perspective. So what we at Drake try to do, obviously, in that standpoint, is stay out of the way, right? We're not trying to add new services that sort of encroach on what you guys are doing. We're not trying to become the be all end all. We just want to be the software provider, you know, and let y'all find those. You can adapt to circumstances a lot quicker than a company of Drake's size can. So you can take advantage of opportunities a lot quicker than something like Drake can too. As a service bureau, you can pivot into new areas or new markets. There was a couple, I've heard stories of guys that are like have picked up loads of new business just because an H&R Block changed locations, right? So they just went into the old location and leased the same office space that the H&R Block was in and took over, you know, that jumped in that, and they just find people. And that this one service bureau I knew of, that's what they did. They would find these old tax offices that moved, lease the same space, and then find people to put in there. That was their thing. They trained people up and like, here, we got you an office space over here. Kind of like the Chick-fil-A model. Instead of you don't pick where you're going to be, they find you a spot to be, but they try these ones where people are used to going to get their taxes and they just brand it out.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Go ahead.
I think service bureaus are, an extension of the software companies and the banks. The services and the VIP treatments we give these EROs, or the service bureau gives the EROs, it's what really helps everybody in a whole, it being a software company or the bank of their choosing. So an extension, not a competitor, and the VIP treatment and the hand holding you give to your EROs is number one. You guys are all right.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that. And I know Emilio has service bureau experience too, so we could have you on the next panel on that topic, maybe on the next meeting, because there's a lot of experience in this room, in this virtual room, that I wanted everybody to kind of understand and hear from it. And to kind of to wrap things up, we'll finish it off with Enamel, who again has been in the industry many years. Enamel, how do you look at sales? Because I'm assuming that 80% of your effort is just to retain last year's clients. That's the easiest sell, retain last year's. And then you go for new people, or how do you kind of approach sales as a service bureau?
Well, I try to get at least 5 to 10 offices a year.
Like new offices.
New offices, and I probably lose 1 or 2, so I have a net gain. These days, I do some advertisement in social media and also different shows. I meet people, they're interested in what I have to offer. Basically, I sell myself. Not only have the knowledge of the operation of service bureau, how it works, And also, I used to teach taxation, so I have knowledge of 1040 and some corporate returns. So if they have a question, um, I'm pretty confident that I can answer the question. If I don't know the answer, I can go and get it for them. So
Yeah,
so
that
the
makes sense.
I advertise nationally, I'm trying to get new clients through there. But I'm also, as I said, we have a mentoring program in the business in the company, and we train someone who wants to be a service bureau for about 3 years and let them go.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for that information, Enamo. Jorge, gracias. Ángel, thank you. Gracias. Chip. Ngozi Refundo crew, Jonathan, Emilio, Jesse for this information. And we could be here for more hours. I mean, I know Catherine has a bunch of experience, Julian has experience, Jose Barrera, Ernest, Jess. I mean, we are, and that's the reason why we have multiple meetings, right? We're gonna meet multiple times during the year. So, briefly aquí rapidito, estaba diciendo en inglés que hay tanta información, hay tantos expertos que para no estar aquí todo el día, vamos a juntarnos durante el año. We're going to meet during the year. So the purpose of this organization, of this conference, of these meetings, is basically to bring people together, people like Enamo, like Ernest, right? Like El Señor Ramirez, with a lot of experience to be able to exchange ideas, strategies. We want to be able to get them all in the same room. You see here, a lot of people that you saw today are on this list, and many more are going to be joining. There's national meetings, right? After today, we're going to have another something in July, a virtual one, but for sure, we're going to see each other at the tax forums, at the Orlando IRS Tax Forum. In the evening, we're going to bring together more service bureaus and members to get to know each other in September in San Diego. But the big event is November 20th. So November 20th is this times 10, right? It's this conversation in person all day long, marketing and sales, training and support, office setup, tech operations, for you to get access to these experts and be able to get the information that you need. It's going to be in Houston, Texas. We'll send you information. And if you're a service bureau or want to become a service bureau, this is your ticket. If you are a brand partner that has a lot of resources, which many of people, this is your ticket. And let us know. We have a lot of brand partners who have signed up and many more, and a lot of people going. So thanks everybody again for being here and sharing information. Before we go though, I want to bring my Negozi co-founder and our CFO, Will de Jesus, to wrap it up for us and tell us about what's going on in June in New York City. Will?
Yes, what's up, guys? This was super, super, super enlightening. Nice to see you guys. Nice to see my East Coast people and Anuel and Jonathan and Selena over in Houston and Jorge and the All Tax team and Ernest. I think this was an amazing opportunity just to get some education for people that are not deep diving in this, like myself, right? I mean, Tony was pretty much telling me, Will, do me a favor. On this one, I want you to sit there and I want you to shut up. And I did that. And those of you guys that know, I don't shut up that easy, right? So I shut up this time, and it was good because it's really, if I would have gotten this type of information years ago, 12 years ago, when I was looking to add on services to my tax offices, I would have probably taken Emmanuel's experience and his suggestion when he said, if you're going to do it, don't open up 2, 3, 4, 5 offices, right? So I went ahead and I opened up 2, 3, 4, 5 offices, and the tax service thing, it wasn't going to be able to fit into that model. So I appreciate you guys. This was super, super enlightening and educational for me. It was an amazing opportunity. I think that you guys are going to end up doing business together. And I think that everyone who hasn't started a service bureau has exactly what they need in order to move to the next steps. Really quick, New York City, June 13th, Thursday, June 13th, starting at 1 o'clock. I'm bringing my food truck there, and we're going to have well over 112 people there. We're going to talk tax, and we're going to talk business, guys. We're going to talk about Airbnb and those type of businesses and tax implications there. We're going to talk about the SBA situation and the EIDL loans. We're going to talk about registering your company as a minority-owned business. It's the third year in a row. We've had a great time. It's a couple of hours of classes and panels, and then it's a full celebration for all of the national tax professionals nationwide. They can come there. There's going to be a DJ after it and everything. I really, really would like to see you guys all there. If you need a coupon code, just hit me up directly. Send me an email to will@negozi.com. And again, this was absolutely enlightening. It's nice to see that the top professionals in this space are working together to understand the market and to understand where they fit in the market and where everyone fits below them. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff, Will. Thank you. Y última voz se la paso a mi colega Antonio Quintero.
Bueno, para también despedirme, darle las gracias a todos los sponsors, todos por su tiempo tan valioso y por, como siempre, ayudarnos a que el latino, el emprendedor, el negociante tenga más conocimiento, tenga más recursos y tenga más herramientas. Digamos que es el objetivo de negocio, ¿no? Que las personas no se sientan solos en las industrias. Y en este caso nosotros los estamos apoyando con ustedes, que son los recursos principales para ello. Muchas gracias y aquí estamos para trabajar con ustedes. Extiendo la invitación que hizo Will de New York. Ya es nuestra tercera versión del Summer. No podemos hacer un evento como esto sin ustedes. Digamos que ustedes son la gasolina para que este carro ande. Y bueno, están abiertas las oportunidades. Si aún no están como sponsor, mándenos un mensajito si quieren estar en New York, si quieren estar en Los Ángeles en agosto, si quieren estar en Chicago en octubre, en noviembre en Houston o otra vez nuevamente en Nueva York. Muchas gracias a todos y bueno, un abrazo fuerte de aquí, Antonio Quintero, su servidor.
Gracias a todos. Nos vemos pronto. Gracias, María, por estar aquí. Part of our team, Catherine, everybody. We'll see you soon and we'll continue the conversation. There's a lot of good stuff to share. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Gracias. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Gracias, goodbye.
Bye, todos.
Bye, guys. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Negozi.
Ciao, ciao.